America is exceptional. We're the exceptional nation. We're a good and a great nation. And our history teaches us that ordinary Americans in every generation have done extraordinary things. They have done heroic things. Our men and women in uniform have made the ultimate sacrifice to defend our freedom. And that task is now ours. In his inaugural address, President Kennedy said this. He said, "In the long history of the world, there have only been a few generations that have been granted the role of defending freedom in its hour of maximum danger. And today, that responsibility is ours." And what a magnificent responsibility that is, and what a blessing it is that that is our duty and our obligation. But my fellow Americans, we stand at the edge of an abyss, and we must pull back. We must pull back. One of my Democratic colleagues said to me recently that he looked forward to the day when he and I could disagree again. And believe me, I share that sentiment. Because when we can disagree again about substance and policy, that will mean that our politics have righted themselves. That will mean that we have made the decision that we are going to reject anti-democratic forces, that we are going to reject toxicity, that we are going to reject some of the worst kinds of racism and bigotry and anti-Semitism that characterize far too much of our politics today. History has taught us that what begins as words ends as far worse, and we must reject those things. So while I know that we will come to a day when we can begin again to disagree on substance and policy, I think it's important for us to take this moment to agree what that future should look like. I think it should be a future where our political leaders are serious, where our political leaders are worthy of our support, where they're prepared, where they're substantive, where they defend principle, where they abide by their oaths of office. When we go into the voting booth and we cast our votes as citizens, we should do so with a commitment to electing people who are as serious as the challenges we face as a nation. We demand excellence. That's a good thing to clap for. That's a good We demand excellence in so many areas of our lives. We should demand excellence from our elected officials as well. When I was first elected to Congress, I made a real effort. I took the opportunity each time we had a vote to go onto the floor and to find a member I didn't know on either side of the aisle, and just to go sit next to that person and talk to them and learn about their life and learn about why they had come to Congress. And I will tell you without exception, even people I have fundamental disagreements with about every issue, everybody that I sat next to and talked to in that way had an amazing story. And they were in Congress for the right reasons. We might have disagreed, but they were there because they love their country and because they want to serve their constituents. And that's a valuable thing for us all to remember. Now, I am not saying that we should minimize our policy differences. They're big and they're real. I believe, for example, that the most important obligation of the federal government is to ensure the defense of our nation. And I believe that America must always maintain military forces that are second to none. I believe we must be clear-eyed about the threats we face and we must dedicate the resources necessary to ensure deterrence. Our enemies must never think that they can prevail if they attack. I serve on the Armed Services Committee, and I have differences, as I've said, with most of the Democratic members of that committee, but we also share much in common. Among my most competent, honorable, and serious colleagues are a group of women veterans that I serve with on that committee. Women like Mikey Sherrill from New Jersey, Chrissy Houlihan of Pennsylvania, Elaine Luria of Virginia, former DOD official Alyssa Slotkin from Michigan. We debate issues. We have big disagreements. We don't come out on the same side most of the time, but we respect each other. And I know that those women, those veterans, love this country, and they are on that committee and they are in Congress because they want to serve the nation and do the right thing. And for 61 years, that tradition of unifying across party lines has meant that the Armed Services Committee in the House of Representatives every year produces the National Defense Authorization Act in a bipartisan fashion, usually in a unanimous fashion, providing resources for the defense of the nation. And that is a model that we should follow for the rest of Congress and for the rest of this country. We need to debate and defend our beliefs, but we also have to work to build a future where we remember that despite our differences, we are all Americans. We need to build a future where we acknowledge that our political battles and our disagreements will be intense, but where we do our best not to descend into vitriolic partisan attack. Now, I say this as someone who is admittedly as guilty as anyone else. I have certainly, in my career, engaged in my share of ferocious partisan attacks. I've been on the receiving end of some ferocious partisan attacks, too. But this time, this moment in our history demands more. We cannot let ourselves be torn apart. That is what our enemies hope for, and that is what our enemies are working for. Our founders provided that every elected official would swear an oath. And it is not an oath to a party. It's not an oath to an individual. It is a solemn oath that we swear before God to support and defend the Constitution of the United States of America. And the founders established this oath because they knew the danger of faction. They knew that the survival of this great American experiment, the survival of our republic, depends upon public servants of goodwill doing their duty to the Constitution, putting loyalty to the nation and its founding ideals above self-interest. This is no small thing. In fact, it is everything. I think often of the inscription above the fireplace in the state dining room in the White House. It is part of a prayer. It's from a letter that John Adams wrote to Dolly. And it said, "May none but honest and wise men ever rule under this roof." And we must always remember that. Our presidents are entrusted with incredible power. And actually, John Adams' wife was named Abigail, not Dolly. So he wrote it to Abigail. Just clarifying. But we must not elect people who are more loyal to themselves or to power than they are to our Constitution. Despite all of the challenges we're facing, there is so much that gives me hope for this great nation. I see hope and I see the future in the eyes of my 5 children. A wise woman once told me when my children were babies, she told me this lesson of motherhood. She said, when your children are young, they hang around your knees. And when they grow up, they hang around your heart. And that is so true. As all mothers know, every time we have to leave our kids, we worry and we feel some guilt. For Mother's Day this year, and I know he's not going to be happy I told you all this, but just keep it between us, okay? But for Mother's Day this year, my youngest son gave me the most wonderful gift. He gave me a note on which he had written partly, "Mom, every time you leave, I know you're going to work for America." It brought me to tears. My older kids said, "Mom, he just wants you out of the house." I said, "No, no." Anyway, no. But it's an important concept, and it is an important concept thinking about the young people in this country and the hope that they bring. And I will tell you that over the last 18 months or so, since January 6th, I have been incredibly moved by the young people that I have met, young people who approach me everywhere, at home in Wyoming, in Washington, D.C., in airports all over the country. And I will tell you, it is especially the young women. Young women who seem instinctively to understand the peril of this moment for our democracy. And young women who know that it will be up to them to save it. And I have been incredibly moved by young women that I have met and that have come forward to testify in the January 6th committee. Some of these are young women who worked on the Trump campaign, some worked in the Trump White House, some who worked in offices on Capitol Hill, all who knew immediately that what happened that day must never happen again. America had the chance to meet one of these young women yesterday, Miss Cassidy Hutchinson. Her superiors, men many years older, a number of them are hiding behind executive privilege, anonymity, and intimidation. But her bravery and her patriotism yesterday were awesome to behold. Little girls all across this great nation are seeing what it really means to love this country and what it really means to be a patriot. And I want to speak to every young girl watching tonight. The power is yours, and so is the responsibility. In our great nation, one individual can make all the difference, and each individual must try. There are no bystanders in a constitutional republic. And let me also say this to the little girls and to the young women who are watching tonight. These days, for the most part, men are running the world, and it is really not going that well. So let us all, as we leave here tonight, let us resolve that we will embrace the grace and the compassion and the love of country that unites us. Let us resolve that we will fight to do what is right, and that we will be able to look back on these days and to say, in our time of testing, we did our duty and we stood for truth. Ultimately, that is what our duty as Americans requires of us, that we love our country more, that we love her so much that we will stand above politics to defend her, and that we will do everything in our power to protect our Constitution and our freedom, paid for by the blood of so many. We must love our country so much that we will never yield in her defense. Thank you so much. God bless you. God bless America. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, so we were just listening into Liz Cheney, the Republican Congresswoman from Wyoming, of course, speaking about what happened on January 6th there to that audience at the Reagan Presidential Library. And I just want to quote something that she said. She said during those remarks, "We have to choose because Republicans cannot be both loyal to Donald Trump and loyal to the Constitution." She says, "Men are running the world, and it is really not going well." Those were Liz Cheney's words. She also was extolling the virtue, the courage of the witness we all saw yesterday in front of the January 6th committee, one Cassidy Hutchinson, talking about what she witnessed, what she was recounting to the committee, to the public, about conversations she saw, about interactions she saw between then President Trump and other high-ranking Trump White House officials on January 6th, in the hours that the mob was breaching the Capitol. So right now, we want to move away from that. We have a lot more headlines left on this Wednesday night. I'm Andrew Kraft. We'll be back in just 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox on this Wednesday night. Well, we've been tracking in the last couple of days that deadly train derailment in Mendon, Missouri, that left 4 people dead. The NTSB now investigating what might have led to the cause of the derailment. We know it collided with a dump truck on the track. The driver of that truck, also one of the deceased. Well, on the train itself that was traveling from LA to Chicago was a Boy Scout troop from Appleton, Wisconsin. They sprang into action. They saved lives. Here's Fox 6 in Milwaukee, who spoke to some of them.
Moments after an Amtrak train derailed in Mendon, Missouri, a group of Boy Scouts jumped into action.
The adrenaline kind of kicked in, and something took over, and I just felt like I knew what to do.
More than a dozen scouts were returning from a backpacking trip on Monday when their train hit a truck. Several rail cars toppled onto their sides. The group of teenagers used first aid training to help passengers until first responders arrived.
I kind of just got out of my seat, got my shoes on, and started opening a window and getting our scouts out first, and trying to get phones to call 911.
Investigators from the National Transportation Safety Board arrived on scene today. They'll be looking at the train's black box as well as the intersection where the crash happened. It's an uncontrolled crossing, meaning there's no lights or gates to let people know a train is coming. A local farmer says he had alerted county officials to the possible dangers.
I tried to prevent this. I've done everything I knew to do in my power. I've talked to numerous people, and anyway, I'm just really saddened that I wasn't able to do more.
The incident left at least 4 people dead and 150 people injured. Those who survived say they're still trying to process what happened.
I'm just really fortunate to be here right now.
It is hard to comprehend
that I made it out okay with no injuries when the lady across the aisle from me actually had to get care flighted out.
Just a few days ago, 3 people were killed in another Amtrak train crash in Northern California, which again involved an uncontrolled crossing. In Mendon, Missouri, I'm Garrett Tenney, Fox News.
Garrett, thanks so much for that story. Let's hear, though, from NTSB officials. They held yet another update today in Mendon, Missouri about the status of their investigation into this derailment.
Report to release that does not contain analysis. That contains factual information, so it's about 2 weeks for the release of that. I will say, though, for the NTSB, whether it's 1 death, 10, 100, 0 is always our goal. And it would be a tragedy if we left here without talking about next steps.
At least 3 people are dead after an Amtrak train traveling from Los Angeles to Chicago derailed in rural northern Missouri. Amtrak says the derailment occurred just before 1 p.m. local time after the train slammed into a dump truck that was blocking a public crossing. The driver of that dump truck is among the deceased. Officials say 243 passengers and 12 crew members were on board the train when the incident occurred. First responders rushed to the scene using ladders and other tools to get into the heavily damaged train cars.
Multiple law enforcement agencies, ambulance districts, first responders,
Amtrak,
fire departments, and medical helicopters responded to assist.
The train had roughly 8 cars. 7 derailed. Multiple people were also injured during the incident and were transported to local hospitals by helicopter and ambulance. Their conditions are not known at this time.
There may not be, and I've heard this, there's not a lot of traffic.
At least 3 people are dead after an Amtrak train traveling from Los Angeles to Chicago derailed in rural northern Missouri. Amtrak says the derailment occurred just before 1 p.m. local time after the train slammed into a dump truck that was blocking a public crossing. The driver of that dump truck is among the deceased. Officials say 243 passengers and 12 crew members were on board the train when the incident occurred. First responders rushed to the scene using ladders and other tools to get into the heavily damaged train cars.
Multiple law enforcement agencies, ambulance districts, first responders, fire departments, and medical helicopters responded to assist.
The train had roughly 8 cars. 7 derailed. Multiple people were also injured during the incident and were transported to local hospitals by helicopter and ambulance. Their conditions are not known at this time.
Happy to take more rounds. We'll start here, and then
at least 3 people are dead after an Amtrak train traveling from Los Angeles to Chicago derailed in rural northern Missouri. Amtrak says the derailment occurred just before 1 p.m. local time after the train slammed into a dump truck that was blocking a public crossing. The driver of that dump truck is among the deceased. Officials say 243 passengers and 12 crew members were on board the train when the incident occurred. First responders rushed to the scene using ladders and other tools to get into the heavily damaged train cars.
Multiple law enforcement agencies, ambulance districts, first responders, fire departments, and medical helicopters responded to assist.
The train had roughly 8 cars. 7 derailed. Multiple people were also injured during the incident and were transported to local hospitals by helicopter and ambulance. Their conditions are not known at this time.
A lot of dust behind the vehicle. Certainly there could be
at least 3 people are dead after an Amtrak train traveling from Los Angeles to Chicago derailed in rural northern Missouri. Amtrak says the derailment occurred just before 1 p.m. local time after the train slammed into a dump truck that was blocking a public crossing. The driver of that dump truck is among the deceased. Officials say 243 passengers and 12 crew members were on board the train when the incident occurred. First responders rushed to the scene using ladders and other tools to get into the heavily damaged train cars.
Multiple law enforcement agencies, ambulance districts, first responders, fire departments, and medical helicopters responded to assist.
The train had roughly 8 cars. 7 derailed. Multiple people were also injured during the incident and were transported to local hospitals by helicopter and ambulance. Their conditions are not known at this time.
as we get through tomorrow and the weeks ahead.
At least 3 people are dead after an Amtrak train traveling from Los Angeles to Chicago derailed in rural northern Missouri. Amtrak says the derailment occurred just before 1 p.m. local time after the train slammed into a dump truck that was blocking a public crossing. The driver of that dump truck is among the deceased. Officials say 243 passengers and 12 crew members were on board the train when the incident occurred. First responders rushed to the scene using ladders and other tools to get into the heavily damaged train cars.
Multiple law enforcement agencies, ambulance districts, first responders, fire.
The truck was going 80, or the train was going 89 miles per hour down the tracks a quarter of a mile out. It hit the truck at 87 miles per hour. Can you judge how close that train was when that truck was coming across?
Yeah. So, the question is, can we judge how close the train was to the truck when the truck was the crossing when the truck was coming across? We will be able to do that as we look. We're going to have to calculate the speed of the vehicle, and then we'll look at the speed. We're going to have to use the video to help determine the speed of the vehicle, which our highway professionals can do. I talked with them about that this morning, and then calculate the speed of the train so we can determine where the engineer may have been able to see that truck. Of course, there's always the expectation the truck will stop. So there's a lot that goes into that. What I will tell you is when the train hit the truck, there's an angle on this crossing. So where the impact came as the vehicle was coming across, it really hit on the rear right side of the vehicle. And as it was coming across, because it was angled, so you can see it hit on the rear right side on that angle. Sir.
With MCKY-TV, you mentioned the steepness of the approach. What other impressions did you get about that crossing from meeting with the farmer and from other people?
Well, the steepness is what other impressions did I get of the crossing? That was the question, particularly since I met with the farmer. It's important you hear what the community faces challenges with. The farmer described he has a combine that he moves. There's 2 trenches there, and so he's got to make sure that it's in the middle and he doesn't, slide off or move off. So he's focused on that as he goes up. But the incline, it's very steep. And so we're looking at everything around the crossing, including the slope, but also the top of the crossing.
I guess a better way to ask that was, had other people complained about the steepness of the crossing to you?
The question is, had other people complained about the steepness of the crossing to me? The farmer I met with did. I will say that when I met with the county commissioner informed us there were other complaints about the steepness of the crossing from others in the community. It was the steepness of the crossing as well as just navigating the crossing in general and sight distance. Sir?
You kind of answered my question already, but you said you talked to the sheriff, the presiding commissioner, and the farmer. What was the main thing you got out? Oh, Mark Slavitt with Channel 13 KRTG. What was the main thing you got out of those conversations, would you say?
The question is, what was the main thing I got out of the conversations with the sheriff, with the county commissioner, and the farmer? With the sheriff, I really appreciated his time because he really talked about the emergency response and how much he got help from other jurisdictions in a terrible time of tragedy. And so that was a discussion to just sort of see what happened in the moments afterwards. With the county commissioner, I specifically wanted to hear about community complaints regarding this crossing, and there was information he was able to provide about the community complaints, which I had just mentioned, around the steepness of the crossing, sight distance. From the farmer, it's important, especially when you have people within the community who've raised concerns for a number of years, to hear from their perspective what their challenges are. And I just wanted to hear directly from him, and I really appreciate his willingness to chat with me about that.
Andres with KSHB 41 in Kansas City. At this point in your investigation, is there any indication if the engineer or other members of the Amtrak crew were impaired at the time of the crash? If so, what time?
Yeah, so you're asking if the crew was impaired on the train?
Engineer or any other member of the crew was impaired at the time?
Right now, there's no indication of that, but we're still looking into that. We're looking at the event recorder and the video to determine that.
Have there been drug screenings of the crew so far?
Not at this point, no.
Talk about the next steps. Two questions. How impaired are those next steps? You said this meeting is supposed to begin at 6 p.m. You said it doesn't matter if it's one line, no matter if it's 100 lines. The next steps, and you're here at this crossing. How important are those next steps? And then a word to the community. This town, this small town, there were more passengers on this train than live in Minton. But everyone in this community stepped up, and we actually talked to one of those community first responders that ran over to the train to just help the person that was next to them. Can you answer those two things?
Yeah, the first question is how important are the next steps? An investigation, from my standpoint, is really just the first step. I've said this many times. Safety isn't improved until the lessons learned from a tragedy are addressed. And if there are concerns with this crossing, we have significant concerns. We also have concerns about making sure that people are able to survive an accident when it does occur after a terrible tragedy, particularly, those in the rail cars. Action needs to be taken so that another accident doesn't occur, another death doesn't occur, another serious injury doesn't occur. It's imperative that we take action. I know that there are a lot of, like I said, I know that there are a lot of crossings, and there are 2,200 grade crossing collisions in the United States annually. But this is the one I'm focused on right now. And we can do something about it. Not that the NTSB can only do an investigation. We don't do funding, we don't do regulation, but we've got a big voice, and it's important that we take this time to honor those who lost their lives and the serious injuries and make some change, make some improvements. We know there need to be some improvements. And so I'm going to see what we can do. I have I spoke with the administrator of the Federal Railroad Administration. Like I said, the acting administrator of Federal Highways. I have their commitment to work with me. I'm hopeful I have the commitment from others on the state level and with Amtrak and with BNSF. But we can take action. We can do it. And so I'm going to see if we can take those next steps and where we can go from here. And your second question was on...
This is a small town. There were more passengers on that train than people that live in Minden, Missouri. Yet and still, they didn't watch. They ran towards this crisis and did everything they could. What is your message to Minden, Missouri?
Yeah, the question is, what is my message to Minden, Missouri, who ran to the scene of a terrible tragedy to help hundreds of people in a crisis situation? I'm heartbroken for the families, but I'm incredibly moved by the response of an entire community. It was everything from state troopers to local emergency responders to the sheriff's office. They had school, people were calling in, the sheriff told me, nurses in the community, what can I do to help? They were telling people to go to the high school, to go to the Family Assistance Center. Everybody was calling. What an incredible response to help people in a time of need. Thank you. Thank you for that.
Let's take one last question.
Ma'am.
Marina Diaz, ABC 17 News, KMIZ. So I was wondering, I know you said that NTSB is not responsible for funding, but could you tell me who would be responsible for fixing crossings like this one and other ones in the state?
Who's responsible for fixing a crossing? It is a partnership between the federal government, the state government, the county, because this is a county road, and the railroad, BNSF Railway. So there's federal funding called Section 130 funds, which is about $245 billion. What?
Billion.
I can't hear you.
Billion.
$1 billion annually. I want to be very accurate when I say that. To help fund crossing improvements across the U.S. Each state gets a portion of that. There's a state fund to help fund grade crossing improvements, and the county, since this was a county-owned road, they of course have to sign off on any sort of improvements as well. I think one good thing is in the Jobs Act that just passed, the match for federal state funding went from 90 federal, 10 state, which is always where there's a concern, to 100%. So 100% of this could be federally funded if the state or locals can't come up with the funding. But BNSF, that's their railway as well, and they have right-of-way on both sides of the crossing. So we would need their, the entities involved, not the NTSB, would need their cooperation as well. And I'm hoping that occurs.
Thank you very much.
Sure.
One more.
One more.
Bill with the Kansas City Star.
Yes.
So considering the speed the train was going, do you know how much distance would have been required to come to a stop before a collision in this case?
How much distance would be required to come to a stop when a train is going at 87, 89 miles per hour? I'm going to ask Joey to answer that question.
Yeah. You know, it depends on the weight of the train and the speed, but it could be calculated, but we have not calculated that yet. So it varies from train to train.
So unsure at this point? It hasn't been calculated?
We have the information to do that, but we have not done that yet.
It takes quite a distance. At some speeds, it can take up to a mile to stop a train. That's very difficult. All right, thank you very much, and we will please monitor our Twitter account where we will provide updates on the investigation. Thank you very much.
NTSB officials in Mendon, Missouri, updating the public on that deadly train derailment that happened just on Monday that left 4 people dead. And they seem to be really honing in on this specific theory, this specific possible cause of an unmarked crossing that the train went through and then collided with that dump truck. So it seems like that is the line of inquiry there in their investigation. We'll see if it comes of anything here. I'm Andrew Kraft. We're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, though, we'll be bringing you out to yet another story we've been following since late Monday afternoon, of course. This horrible incident in San Antonio, Texas. 53 migrants found dead there in the back of that 18-wheeler tractor trailer. Well, we're learning more on this tonight. Charges have been filed against 4 individuals. We'll have an update on that in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox on this Wednesday night. Well, we are learning more about this tragic incident where 53 migrants were found dead in that abandoned truck in San Antonio. Charges have been filed now against 4 individuals. One, Homero Zamorano Jr., 45, arrested today on criminal charges related to his alleged involvement in alien smuggling resulting in death in violation of Title 8 of U.S. Code. Laredo Sector Border Patrol provided Homeland Security investigative agents surveillance footage of the tractor trailer crossing through an immigration checkpoint. The driver could be seen wearing a black shirt with stripes and a hat. Agents confirmed Zamorano matched the individual from that surveillance footage, and they were wearing the same clothing. HSI also confirmed that 48 individuals at the scene were deceased. Of those, 22 were Mexican nationals, 7 Guatemalan nationals, 2 Honduran nationals, and 17 of unknown origin, but suspected to be undocumented non-citizens. Zamorano is charged by criminal complaint with 1 count of alien smuggling resulting in death. He's originally from Brownsville, Texas, but lives in Pasadena, Texas. If convicted, he faces up to life in prison or possibly the death penalty. It's anticipated he will have his initial appearance tomorrow before a U.S. magistrate judge in San Antonio. And then 3 others were also arrested. I want to read their names. Christian Martinez, 28. He's charged with 1 count of conspiracy to transport illegal aliens resulting in death. In addition to the arrests of Zamorano and Martinez, Juan Claudio de Luna Mendez, 23, and Juan Francisco de Luna Bilbao, 48, both citizens of Mexico, were arrested and had their initial court appearances on Monday. And so 4 people have been arrested in connection with this smuggling incident gone so tragic, gone awry, leaving 53 migrants dead. Still, many others are recovering from their injuries of heat exhaustion in local area hospitals. Today in Eagle Pass, Texas, Texas Governor Greg Abbott spoke about this, going after the Biden administration's immigration policies, blaming them for this incident. Let's listen in.
Okay, right. I want to thank everybody for joining with us today. I also want to thank the Sheriff of Maverick County as well as the Police Chief here in Eagle Pass. I had the opportunity to visit with them before coming out here, and I may be telling you a little bit more about some things that we shared in there. Let me first start out with this, and that is President Biden was warned in advance that reduced border enforcement would lead to dire consequences, and we have seen those dire consequences. One is record number of people coming across the border illegally. Another is a greater sense of lawlessness that comes from not enforcing the law. When whether it be migrants or any smugglers or anybody else see the laws not enforced, they will abuse those laws. And we've seen increased brazenness by cartels that feel empowered because we do not have a federal government that's pushing back against those cartels and their illegal activity. And of course, the worst thing of all is the catastrophic death that we have witnessed. Now, we saw this horrendous death occur in a truck in San Antonio earlier this week, and it is heartbreaking. The numbers have increased. It is now reported that 53 people in that truck lost their lives. It is the deadliest migrant smuggling incident on U.S. soil, and it's on President Biden's watch. The thing about it is that it's not the only way in which people who are trying to migrate here lose their lives. In the harsh, high temperature of Texas in the summertime and the Texas heat, it'll prove even more deadly. Every year there are many reports about migrants who lose their lives in the heat. I was visiting with the sheriff moments ago, and he was telling me reports about how there have been multiple people in just the past week who had lost their lives, mostly from heat exhaustion. There may have been, in addition to that, one or two who lost their lives in the river. This is harsh terrain and harsh weather. And because of the way that the Biden administration is not enforcing the immigration laws, it's attracting people and enticing people to make this very dangerous trek, causing them to lose their lives. I urge the president, stop the loss of lives. You have the ability to stop people from losing their lives if you make it clear that no one can come across illegally. There's a perfectly legal way that people can immigrate to the United States of America. It's that legal pathway, Mr. President, that you must insist upon, and if you do that, you will have a role in reducing the loss of life. Now, going back, many of these deaths could be prevented if Biden simply fully funded the Border Patrol operation of the United States of America and implemented the policies that the Border Patrol needs in order to do their real job. And the real job is not the paper processing work that they've been assigned to do. The real job is both to secure the border as well as to do things like inspect the vehicle that was carrying those people who lost their lives. As you all surely know, the truck passed through a border point checkpoint. It was not inspected. It was not inspected because the Border Patrol does not have the resources to be able to inspect all of the trucks. And as a result, the Border Patrol did not have the capability of saving those lives. Mr. President, you can fix that if you provide what is categorized as the minimum number of Border Patrol officers who are needed to do the fundamental job of the United States of America and adequately fund their operations to make sure that they are going to be able to inspect those vehicles. Well, in Texas, we once again are going to try to step up and play a role by the state to address this catastrophe that President Biden is responsible for. Today I'm announcing that Texas is going to add additional truck checkpoints. DPS will create and implement a checkpoint strategy beginning immediately where they will begin targeting trucks like the one that was used where these people perished to make sure that we will have a better capability of perhaps stopping future trucks like that, as well as stopping the smugglers and the cartel members who are trying to profiteer off of it. Now, we're in Eagle Pass today for a reason. Eagle Pass is part of the Del Rio sector, and the Del Rio sector has seen the largest number of illegal crossings in the past week. There was a time when most of the illegal crossings would take place in the Rio Grande Valley, and that's no longer true. Right now, we're at ground zero here into Del Rio, where we have the largest number of border crossings, and we have information indicating that there could be a meaningful rise in the number of border crossings in this region. So we want to step up and make sure that we will do more to better secure this area. As the mayor told me earlier, he said the situation in Eagle Pass has gone from bad to worse with the increased number of people coming through this area. The bottom line is this: despite the increasing numbers, despite these caravans on the Mexico side of the border right now, the Biden administration still is doing nothing whatsoever to stop it. Texas is going to take action to do our part to try to reduce the illegal immigration coming into our country. We're going to be adding more resources and stronger strategies to control all the borderland that is owned or controlled by state or local governments. Let me make clear what I just said. The property along the border is owner controlled typically by 3 different groups. There is some property that's owner controlled by state or local governments. This property we're on right now is controlled by the local government. There's other property that's owner controlled by the state. However, there's some property on the border that is owner controlled by the federal government. If it's owner controlled by the federal government, Texas does not have the authority or the capability to stop the illegal immigrants from going to that land. There's another area that we are working on, and that is private property. There are people, whether it be in this community or people up and down the border, who own property on the border. We are getting authorization from as many of them as we can for the state of Texas to be able to put up barriers, whether it be concertina wire or fences or other types of barriers, so we can prevent people from entering the United States and the state of Texas through that private property. Along these lines, I'm announcing a couple of new strategies that we're adding on to what we are already doing, so that Texas can gain even greater operational control of the property owned by the state of Texas or local governments or private property owners. We are creating 2 strike teams. The Texas Department of Public Safety is creating 2 strike teams to detect, deter, and apprehend unlawful crossings of illegal immigrants. 2 strike teams deployed. They will be deployed immediately right here in Eagle Pass. Each team will consist of 20 troopers. Additional strike teams will be deployed to high traffic crossing areas as needed. Separate, and in addition to that, the National Guard is taking additional action. By the way, it's important to point out that the National Guard, they've been deployed to the Texas border for more than a year now, many of whom are with us here today, and we appreciate their tireless around-the-clock effort to do everything they can to help secure the border. What they are focused on right now is deploying additional miles of concertina military-grade razor wire along the Rio Grande River, protecting areas from entry by people illegally. In addition to that, the National Guard is adding miles of fencing and barriers on state and local property, once again prioritizing the high traffic areas. And they are also going to be adding boat teams where feasible along the river. One thing that they have been involved in and been very aggressive about already, they have numbered more than 22,000 turnbacks of people who were trying to come across the border who they turned back. That is an essential role of what the National Guard is helping us to achieve. At this time, I would like to call upon Director McCraw of the Texas Department of Public Safety to add more about what DPS is doing.
Thank you, Governor. The Governor noted Del Rio sector for the first time over a decade, and that's the first time ever, is the central point for human smuggling for the nation in relation to border control. The Del Rio sector, he mentioned, is what we operate in right now. This is what Maverick County is. It's the reason why he's having the press conference today after visiting with local officials, seeing what their needs are. And clearly there is, this unmitigated flow of people into this area. He's tasked, and we're doing right now, he pointed out, 2 trooper strike teams are already arriving in Maverick County. It will be supplemented by another 3 next week, and if we have to bring another 5, we will. That number brings up to 200 already over the resources we have dedicated to it. In addition, he talked about commercial vehicle enforcement strike teams. And that's our troopers that have authority to work commercial vehicle traffic, that are trained in it and have the expertise, along with civilian inspectors, along these smuggling corridors, not on the border, but the smuggling corridors that they use to move people.
All right, we've been listening into that, of course, is Steve McCraw. He's the leader of Texas DPS, who we've been seeing in so many of these updates out of the Uvalde shooting investigation. He joined Texas Governor Abbott at the border today in Eagle Pass, talking about the border crisis writ large, but also focusing in on this tragic incident outside of San Antonio that happened Monday afternoon. 53 migrants were found dead in the back, stranded in this tractor trailer, part of a human smuggling operation. 4 people have been arrested in connection with that, and we will monitor this story here on Live Now from Fox. We want to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, though, of course, we're coming up on a holiday weekend, 4th of July, right around the corner next Monday. Well, how will inflation be impacting your 4th of July festivities? We'll have a live report out of Los Angeles in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. That was a Live Now look there. You can see back again in New York City, Midtown Manhattan, Empire State Building, smack dab in the middle there. Well, there was a tragic event in the Upper East Side of Manhattan earlier tonight. A mother, a woman, pushing her young child in a stroller, shot dead from behind. And of course, NYPD are looking for a suspect to make an arrest. They don't have one just yet. NYPD Commissioner and Mayor Adams holding a press conference just outside the scene in the last hour.
Thank you for coming. Joining me here is Mayor Adams, Chief of Department Kenneth Corey, and Captain Allen from the Detective Bureau Manhattan North. I want to remind you the information I'm about to give you is preliminary, as this incident is only 2 hours old. Earlier this evening, at approximately 8:23 p.m., officers responded to a report of a person shot opposite 164 East 95th Street. Upon arrival, officers discovered a 20-year-old female who was unconscious with a gunshot wound to her head. EMS responded to the scene, transported the victim to Metropolitan Hospital, where she was pronounced deceased at 9:20 p.m. Our preliminary investigation revealed that the 20-year-old victim was pushing an approximately 3-month-old in a baby stroller on East 95th Street when an unknown person approached her and fired a single shot into her head from a very close range. Immediately after the shooting, the suspect fled the scene on foot, heading eastbound on East 95th Street. He is described as a male who was last seen wearing a hooded sweatshirt, sweatpants, and black pants, all black. At this time, there are no arrests, and I'm urging anyone who has information that can help us with this investigation to please call us at 1-800-577-TIPS. All tips will be kept strictly confidential. I'll pass it now to the mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner. And I'm joined here with Councilman Powers and Councilwoman Menon, who both represent parts of Manhattan. This is Councilman Powers' district. Earlier today, the police commissioner and I were with the Attorney General talking about ghost guns. Later in the day, we were with the U.S. Senator Gillibrand, talking about gun trafficking. This entire day, we have been addressing the problem of the overproliferation of guns on our street, how readily accessible they are, and how there is just no fear in using these guns on innocent New Yorkers. And this is the result of that. These are real story, real lives. When a mother's pushing a baby carriage down the block, or an individual, a woman is pushing a baby carriage down the block and is shot in point blank range, it shows just how this national problem is impacting families. And it doesn't matter if you are on the Upper East Side or East New York, Brooklyn. The oversaturation of guns and dangerous people that repeatedly leave our criminal justice system to continue actions like this, it is what's making the New York City Police Department and other law enforcement agencies here in New York, across the country, difficult to fight this issue. We're going to continue to do our job. 3,300 guns removed off our streets that were not allowed to hurt innocent people. We're going to continue to move forward. But we do need help from Washington, from the state, from our criminal justice system. We have been clear on that. We're going to find this person that's guilty of this horrific crime. We're going to find him and bring him to justice. We need the justice system to make sure this innocent person receive that justice that we're asking for.
You know what prompted this?
That's under investigation at this time. It's too early to say.
Domestic nature?
We're checking history. We'll have more details in the future.
Yeah, because at this point we're hearing that it is domestic and it's possibly the father of the baby.
We can't confirm that at this time. It's under investigation.
Anyone else?
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
No doubt that will be a story we'll be following in the next couple of days if there are any more updates. And if a suspect has been arrested in that story, we'll bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox. Tragedy striking the Upper East Side. That mother gunned down, they said, at point blank range from behind, shot in the head while she was walking the stroller with her 3-month-old baby inside. Just a horrible tragedy there in New York City. Live Now look there at the Empire State Building in Midtown Manhattan. We're going to take a quick commercial break, though. When we come back, we'll be getting into how inflation might be impacting your 4th of July holiday this weekend. Prices for many of these goods up there, that says 17% since last year, according to the American Farm Bureau Federation. We'll have a live report out of Los Angeles in 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox on this Wednesday night, about 10 minutes after the 9 o'clock hour here on the West Coast, and you probably are gearing up for the 4th of July holiday. But if you're having and planning your festivities, the costs of some of these items no doubt have skyrocketed since last year's 4th of July. Joining me now from Los Angeles to discuss some of those price increases is Fox 11's Christy Fajardo. Christy, what have you learned?
Well, I mean, you don't really need me to tell you that it's costing more to fill up your cart. Everyone has seen it. Everyone has felt it. And of course, it stands to reason that it's going to cost more for your holiday cookout. How much more? Well, that depends on what you're buying. In fact, take a look at these numbers from the American Farm Bureau Federation. They say on average, 2 pounds of ground beef will run you about $11.12. That's up 36% from last year. 8 hamburger buns is running about $1.93, up 16%. Half a gallon of vanilla ice cream will run you $5.16, which is 10% more than you paid last year. But some items are actually cheaper. 2 pints of strawberries are now averaging about $4.44. That's down 16%. Sliced cheese and potato chips will also cost you less this year. We spoke to a professor at USC who says stores have been stocking up and they have supplies on hand, and it may pay to wait for sales. We also spoke to consumers who are foregoing favorites this holiday because of higher prices. Here's what they had to say.
Of course, you're cutting, cutting ends here and there just to make it happen, especially with the meat. So yeah, it'll put a bit dead on the wallet.
The supermarkets may very well do a fair amount of loss leaders where they don't make a whole lot of money on the holiday items, but they get people in the door and they hope to get repeat business later on when people shop for everyday items.
Professor of marketing at the University of Southern California. He says it's also a good idea to shop around. So we did just that. We went to several stores and we found prices that fluctuated wildly. In fact, we found at one store we could save $2 on the same gallon of ice cream as another store. So he says check out all of those flyers, look online, and do your research. For now, though, I'm Christy Fajardo, live in Inglewood, California. Let's send it back to you.
Yeah, Christy, it'll be interesting to see, especially the American travel this weekend, if it will be less than it was last year. Maybe more Americans will be staying home to save some money. So that all remains to be seen. We hope you have a great 4th of July holiday, too, and we'll talk to you again.
Yeah. Well, thank you. And you know what? We actually did talk to some people who told us they were staying home this year precisely because of high gas prices. And as you know, here in Southern California, we have the highest gas prices. So definitely impacting people's plans.
Definitely, and we hope you stay safe there and hope the gas prices come down in Southern California sometime soon. Christy Fajardo, thank you so much.
So do I.
All right, we want to take a quick commercial break. We have a few more top headlines left to get to on this Wednesday night, including the big news out of Brooklyn, New York. The rapper, singer-songwriter R. Kelly sentenced to 30 years in prison. We have been speaking with legal experts, with lawyers who were involved in the case. We got testimony as well from both the prosecution, the defense, and victims, survivors of R. Kelly. We'll have all of that and more in 2 minutes.
This happened to me a long time ago. I was 17, I'm 45 today. I never thought that I would be here to see him be held accountable for the atrocious things that he did to children.
It is a judgment day 30 years in the making.
30 years did he do this, and 30 years is what he got.
R. Kelly, once one of the biggest R&B stars in the world, now a convicted sexual predator who will spend the next 30 years behind bars, which might be the rest of his life.
I was 14 years old when I encountered Robert Sylvester Kelly. There wasn't a day in my life up until this moment that I actually believed that the judicial system would come through for black and brown girls.
Kelly was convicted back in September of 9 counts, including sexual exploitation of children, forced labor and coercion, and transportation of women and girls across state lines for illegal sexual activity.
This is a significant outcome for all victims of R. Kelly, and especially for the survivors who so bravely testified.
According to defense attorney Arthur Aidala, who's not connected to this case, it is that prolonged ordeal that is likely added to the severity of his sentence.
And the judge mentioned that it went back decades, and that this was not about sex, but it was about violence and control. So at 55 years old, doing 30 years, he's going to be in jail probably for the rest of his life.
45 government witnesses testified, including more than 10 victims, helping to put R. Kelly away. In addition to 3 decades behind bars, Kelly must now pay a $100,000 fine.
Obviously, he's devastated. At the same time, we were prepared for it, and we are now prepared to fight this appeal.
We thank Fox 5 New York's Teresa Priolo for that report. We spoke to her live from outside the courthouse in Brooklyn just a couple of hours ago. We want to show you, though, some of the statements that both the prosecution, the defense, some of R. Kelly's victims made outside of the courthouse after the sentencing came down from the judge. And then we here at Live Now spoke with Gloria Allred, the attorney representing some of those victims. We'll play out that interview as well. But first out, to the prosecution, who successfully got this conviction and sentencing for R. Kelly today.
Moments ago, R. Kelly was sentenced to 30 years in prison. This is a significant outcome for all victims of R. Kelly, and especially for the survivors who so bravely testified about the horrific and sadistic abuse they endured. R. Kelly is a predator, and as a result of our prosecution, he'll serve a long jail sentence for his crimes. With the aid of his fame, his money, and most importantly, his inner circle, R. Kelly preyed upon children and young women for his own sexual gratification for decades. He used coercive control, exemplified by a pattern of isolation, rules, dependence, threats, intimidation tactics, physical abuse, and at least once the presence of a gun, to force victims, including minors, to engage in sexual activity with him and others, and to become unwilling participants in the pornographic films he wrote, produced, and directed. He continued committing his crimes for almost 30 years and avoided punishment until today. Today, the sentence shows that the witnesses reclaimed control over their lives and over their futures. These are voices of mostly black and brown women and children that were heard and believed, and for whom justice was finally achieved. This is a victory for them, for justice, and for future survivors of sexual assault. Victims of sexual violence must be heard, perpetrators must be held accountable, and our women and children must be protected. I hope this sentencing serves as its own testimony that it doesn't matter how powerful, rich, or famous your abuser may be, or how small they may make you feel. Justice only hears the truth. I want to say that this case would not have been possible without the outstanding work, dedication, and skill of the prosecution team, Assistant United States Attorneys Elizabeth Geddes, Nadia Shahada, and Maria Cruz Melendez, Senior Investigator Keith Kolovich, and former paralegal specialists Kira Winthen and Alyssa Fagel. Their dedication to the truth and justice was truly extraordinary. I want to commend and thank the special agents who handled this case for their outstanding work, Ryan Chabot and Sylvette Reynoso of the Department of Homeland Security Investigations, under the supervision of Supervisory Special Agents Elvin Hernandez and Patrick Gill. They and detectives from the New York City Police Department painstakingly went through the documents, the records, and interviews to collect and verify the facts that became the foundation for this strong case. And finally, and I want to emphasize this, I want to say a special thank you to the brave survivors, those who came forward and all who endured. It is thanks to you that we were able to deliver justice today. I'll now call up HSI's Executive Associate Director, Steve Francis, for remarks.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Steve Francis, the Executive Associate Director for Homeland Security Investigations, HSI. Robert Kelly once said, if you're going to tell your life story, you got to be honest or don't do it. Over the course of this HSI-led multi-year investigation and 6-week trial, a jury of Mr. Kelly's peers confirmed what these courageous victims have known for a very long time. Mr. Kelly is not an honest person. This man is a prolific serial predator who utilized his status as a Grammy Award-winning household name with global recognition to inflict pain and anguish on so many victims. Despite numerous reports of his destructive abuse over the years, the brazen acts of intimidation against his accusers kept him shielded from prosecution until HSI, the U.S. Attorney's Office from the Eastern District of New York, and these incredible prosecutors and NYPD initiated an investigation into his criminal organization. Today's sentence is a victory that belongs to the brave victims who came forward. Despite intense public scrutiny, despite social media slander, despite threats to their own health and safety, and despite being asked to relive the pain of some of the most traumatic days in their lives, they told their stories and they made their voices heard. Today's sentencing sends a clear message that no amount of money or fame is enough to evade justice. And the money, power, and fame will not buy you immunity in the United States. And the United States government will hold you accountable for any atrocities you commit. Mr. Kelly led a criminal enterprise with his entourage to prey on the young and vulnerable by dangling promises of fame, fortune, and stardom. By the time his victims saw through the empty promises, it was too late. Mr. Kelly attempted to silence these victims through bribery, intimidation, blackmail, and physical violence. He once sang that sometimes the silence can be so loud. Thankfully, these brave victims and true survivors will be heard forever, while Mr. R. Kelly will be left alone in a jail cell in silence for many, many years to come. It is comforting to now know that not only the loud noise will hear every day is his prison cell door slamming shut behind him. No matter how many hit songs he may have released, his legacy will not be remembered by that of his voice, but by the voices of the brave women and men who came forward to reveal to the world the monster that R. Kelly truly is. Mr. Kelly underestimated the bravery and resilience of those he once preyed upon when they were young and vulnerable. These victims are the unsung heroes today. Today is about them. Today is their day. Today is their victory. Thank you.
What took you so long, sir? Why did you fail victims for decades, sir?
Thank you, everybody.
Any comments on the threats that
Okay, so that was the prosecution team there in Brooklyn talking about the sentencing that was handed down by the judge, 30 years to R. Kelly. But of course, in fairness, we do want to show you the remarks from R. Kelly's legal team, the defense team, and their reaction as well.
You can do that there. Thank you.
Is this Susanna?
This is for you, yes.
Oh, okay.
Introduce yourself, please, ma'am.
There you go.
Okay.
Okay. Today, I'm attorney Gloria Allred, and today R. Kelly was sentenced to prison for his many crimes against underage girls. And R. Kelly used the power of his celebrity and his music business to lure and to manipulate and to isolate and to denigrate many young girls. He was a skilled sexual predator who preyed on his victims, and after grooming them, he inflicted significant emotional and sometimes physical harm on them, which in some cases will continue to hurt them for the rest of their lives. Much of the pain that they suffered because of him was evident as the victims read their victim impact statements today in court. They wanted the court to understand their pain and for the defendant to hear the harm that they've suffered as a result of the pain that he has inflicted on them. Although he had what he may have thought was a perfect scheme to sexually victimize his young victims, he underestimated their courage to fight back and assist law enforcement in making him accountable in a court of law. All of my clients, who were, by the way, the majority of the victims who testified in this case, were very courageous as they testified and were cross-examined and or spoke to law enforcement or testified before a grand jury to assist in the prosecution of R. Kelly. Together, they were able to fight his power by becoming empowered young women themselves, who refused to be intimidated by him and his enablers. I am proud of all of them, and there are many sacrifices made in order to bring R. Kelly finally to the bar of justice. They have succeeded in making R. Kelly suffer the consequences of his criminal acts. In addition, they are relieved that he has been sent to prison for approximately 30 years because while he is in custody, he will not be able to continue to sexually victimize any other underage girls. And protecting other girls has been a major goal of theirs. And now I would like to introduce some of the brave clients of mine who have spoken to law enforcement and have provided very important information in this case. I'm going to let them give their names themselves if they wish to provide them.
Hello everyone, my name is Lizette Martinez, and I just want to thank Gloria, I want to thank the prosecutors, I want to thank the judge. Today was a very special but hard day for us. I personally, this happened to me a long time ago. I was 17, I'm 45 today. I never thought that I would be here to see him be held accountable for the atrocious things that he did to children. I don't know what else to say except that I'm grateful. I'm grateful for today. And I'm grateful that Robert Sylvester Kelly is away and will stay away and will not be able to harm anyone else. Thank you.
Lizette, what did he do to your life?
He ruined it.
Tell us how.
I was an up-and-coming singer. I was a girl full of life, very innocent but very driven, and preyed upon basically at the mall in Aventura, Florida, and promised just a mentorship and quickly turned into, I would just say, a sex slave.
Talk about the sentence. Is 30 years enough? Do you think the sentence was enough?
I personally don't think it's enough, but I'm pleased with it. It's fine. No.
Okay. Any other victims? Thank you for your bravery.
Thank you.
We love you, girls.
Good afternoon. I am Jovante. My name is Jovante. I started this journey 30 years ago. I was 14 years old when I encountered Robert Sylvester Kelly. There wasn't a day in my life up until this moment that I actually believed that the judicial system would come through for black and brown girls. I stand here very proud of my judicial system, very proud of my fellow survivors, and very pleased with the outcome. 30 years did he do this, and 30 years is what he got. I thank the prosecution, I thank my attorney Gloria Aldridge, and I thank all of you all that have stood in support of us for so long.
Why did it take the police so long? Why did it take the police so long? Are you frustrated it took so long for you to get justice?
I can't speak to why it takes anyone the amount of time that it takes. But they've done their homework, they've presented their case, and now we have justice in our judicial system.
Were they not listening to black women? Was there a problem around race here? Were they not listening to black women?
They were not paying attention to the details that were being articulated to them. I won't say that they were not paying attention. I will say that they were not listening for detail.
Javante, how did this affect your life with dealing with them?
Being in a situation as such affords you the ability to be re-victimized over and over again in different areas of your life. When you are taught to be quiet and to keep silent about things that should be spoken about openly, you find yourself recluse, and that often affords people the ability to manipulate you. I'm sorry, sir, I didn't hear you over. Society. Society. When people are telling you that you're not telling the truth and there's no support for you.
Javante, did you cry when you heard the 30 years, when you heard the sentence? Did you sigh?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Absolutely.
How do you feel now?
Last question.
How do you feel now?
Overwhelmed.
Javante, can we have your last name?
Thank you for your bravery.
Spell your first name first, Javante. Do you know from the decision?
There were some others that they kicked out.
Okay, so unfortunately, I misspoke there when we were introducing this clip. That was, of course, Gloria Allred and some of the victims that she was representing who claimed that they were abused at the hands of R. Kelly, some who were underage at the time. In the meantime, we do want to show you some of the remarks as well, excuse me, from R. Kelly's defense team, his lead defense lawyer reacting to the 30-year sentence. And then we're going to get on to some of these other headlines on this Wednesday night. But first, out to Brooklyn from earlier today.
To a serious sentence, but we are confident in our arguments that we raised in our post-trial motions, that although they didn't persuade the district court judge, that they will persuade the Court of Appeals. We've always believed in those arguments, and we believe that this enterprise was overcharged and that the Second Circuit Court of Appeals will see it that way.
Can you share what he said to you after the sentence was read?
He was just asking for some clarifications about some of the terms and, that were read to him. As you all know, Mr. Kelly has some literacy issues, so it's really important for there's a great deal of things that have to be explained in a little more slowly. So,
but in terms of the sentence, how does he feel about the sentence?
Well, I mean, obviously he's devastated. 30 years in prison is like a life sentence for him. But at the same time, you know, we knew the government was asking for 25 years. We were prepared for what the judge might impose. So it didn't come as a great big surprise. We were prepared for it, and we are now prepared to fight this appeal. For us, it's just the beginning of the fight, frankly. So we were prepared going in for today, and he's doing okay with it, despite
he had a strongest argument in his own defense. Why did he not want to make
a statement in allocution? Well, that was on advice of counsel. That was on my advice.
Why?
Because he has pending cases. It's obvious. He's got pending cases, and he has a Fifth Amendment right to remain silent, and I advised him to invoke that Fifth Amendment right. I promise you, he does want to make a statement. He will make statements eventually, but on the advice of counsel, he remains silent today.
What can you say to put in an appeal? That he is not guilty.
How long will you put in this appeal?
Okay, so the appeal will lay out that the enterprise that was charged, as you will see if you've read my post-trial motions, which you probably have not, our position is this was not a RICO or racketeering act violation. These were isolated events that happened many years ago, and the government simply tried to plead around the statute of limitations to bring it in a RICO charge, which was inappropriate. So, I mean, all I can tell you is there was no enterprise. There was no enterprise. It was one man with allegations by a number of women, which doesn't make it an enterprise. And that is why he's not guilty of racketeering.
How many family members? You said he was remorseful. What did you mean by that? You said he didn't have to confess, but that he was remorseful.
I said he has regrets and he is sad. Nobody wants to hear what he heard today. He's a human being. He feels when other people are feeling, but that doesn't mean that can accept responsibility in the way that the government would like him to and the way other people would like him to, because he disagrees. He is not, he disagrees with the characterizations that have been made about him. But that doesn't mean he's not a human being and can't feel something when other people are in pain.
Is his abuser here today? You said that his sister abused him as he was a kid. He has 4 people here today.
Yes, he has a number of friends here today. No, his sister is not here today. He's been estranged from her for quite some time. He has 2 brothers who are fully in support of him, who were also victims of sexual abuse in his household. So they are here in spirit, although not here personally. So no.
You spoke about his fiancée, Joy Sullivan. Have you had the opportunity to speak to Joy Sullivan?
Yes, I speak to Joy regularly, and Joy is just fine. She is sad, but she told him, and she sent me a text message telling him to pray and put it in God's hands, and she loves him, and they're going to get through this. That's what she had to say to him today.
Is he a predator? No, he's not.
No, he's not a predator. Anything?
It's just pre-song. Members of the
Jennifer Bonjean, Bonjean.
Jennifer, how saying this is sexual?
I'm sorry?
What did he say to you about
we just went over some of the terms that the judge was reading to him. We didn't have a lot of time, but he was prepared for it.
For a long time.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, there was R. Kelly's defense lawyer saying to the press, and they were asking, what did R. Kelly say when the sentence came down? We know he did not issue a statement himself in court, only via his attorney. And some of the reporters were saying, they were asking, is he sorry? Is he a predator? Is he remorseful? Does he accept guilt? Does he accept responsibility? And the attorney there saying he is sorry for what happened, although he does maintain his innocence. They say this case was overcharged. They disagreed with the RICO, with the racketeering aspect of the prosecution as well. Well, in the overnight hours, the content we play overnight and into the very early morning, we'll be re-showing an interview that I did with prominent civil rights and women's rights attorney Gloria Allred, who we just heard there from earlier today in Brooklyn, speak out with some of those victims of R. Kelly. We got her opinions on the case, on the sentencing as well. Of course, this comes one day after another prominent, high-profile conviction and sentence in New York City as well, in Lower Manhattan, that, of course, of Ghislaine Maxwell, the associate of disgraced financier who committed suicide in a Manhattan jail cell, Jeffrey Epstein. She was sentenced yesterday to 20 years in prison. Now, both of these cases, both of these sentences will be up for appeal. We know R. Kelly has multiple other allegations and charges he's facing in other jurisdictions like Chicago. Those will be taking effect in August. We'll have coverage of that as well. One more sentencing, the prominent one we wanted to get to today as well that we have not gotten to just yet. This right here, this might not be a story you followed, but this is Lev Parnas. He's an associate of Rudy Giuliani. He was a figure in President Trump's first impeachment investigation. He was sentenced today to 1 year and 8 months in prison for fraud and campaign finance charges. So there you can see him leaving court today. Prosecutors said the Soviet-born businessman's aid was in response to a subpoena, and he deserved little credit. Parnas had helped Giuliani connect Ukrainian figures as part of a campaign to dig up dirt on President Biden and his son Hunter, and had sought leniency on the grounds that he'd helped the congressional probe at the time of Trump's first impeachment. Instead, though, prosecutors asked the judge to focus on a jury's finding that Parnas used the riches of a wealthy Russian to make illegal campaign donations to politicians who might aid the launch of a legal recreational marijuana business. Prosecutors asked Parnas be sentenced to more than 6 years. The sentence came down to 1 year and 8 months. And so we just wanted to get that in there. So, very busy, a lot of news today. We're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, the latest on President Biden's trip to Madrid for the NATO summit, also on the war in Ukraine. We'll have top updates on that after the break. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Well, NATO leaders gathered in Madrid today, met with each other. Also, you can see there President Biden with the NATO Secretary General Stoltenberg. And President Biden said today that the United States will significantly expand its military presence in Europe. The latest example of how Russia's invasion of Ukraine has reshaped plans for the continent's security and prompted a reinvestment in NATO. So among the changes will be a permanent U.S. garrison in Poland, for the first time creating an enduring American foothold on the alliance's eastern flank. Biden also said the United States would send 2 additional squadrons of F-35 fighter jets to the U.K. and more air defenses and other capabilities to Germany and Italy. The United States is also preparing to keep 100,000 troops in Europe for the foreseeable future. That's up from 80,000 before the war in Ukraine began. So, the expanding U.S. military presence, of course, is still far short of its numbers during the height of the Cold War, when roughly 300,000 American troops on average were stationed in the region. Also, news out of the NATO summit in Madrid. We've been bringing you that, especially yesterday. We learned, and this is a tweet from Vice President Harris, that the NATO alliance is officially inviting Finland and Sweden to join. NATO will grow stronger and our collective security more assured with the addition of these 2 highly capable democracies. To which Russia, responding today, Putin said Russia will have to answer in kind if NATO infrastructure is deployed to Finland and Sweden. Now, Finland shares a 900-mile-long border with Russia, and so, of course, they're not too happy about this. Fox's Jackie Heinrich has this report from Madrid.
Turkey Turkey wants to buy F-16 fighter jets from the U.S. And after dropping its opposition to Finland and Sweden joining NATO, President Erdogan suggested his meeting today with President Biden will pay dividends.
Thanks to our efforts, we believe that we will be able to go back to our countries with our hands full and with full satisfaction.
It's a pickle for Biden, wanting credit for his role in orchestrating the deal, but also distance, fearing perceived concessions.
I want to particularly thank you for what you did putting together the situation with regard to Finland and Sweden.
A senior administration official tells Fox Turkey's deal with Finland and Sweden happened on its own. Biden just pushed the timeline. But a statement from the Pentagon just hours after the news broke seemed to indicate that wasn't the case. A U.S. defense official telling the New York Times the U.S. Department of Defense fully supports Turkey's modernization plans for its F-16 fleet. Officials now say that was a reference to support the administration previously expressed in April. No comment on whether F-16s came up today. With Finland and Sweden on the path to NATO membership, Biden may return to the U.S. with a win. A tough feat to repeat next month, with Saudi Arabia and the UAE apparently unable to ramp up oil production much to bring down soaring gas costs.
I won't talk about that particular conversation, but I can tell you, first of all, OPEC Plus has already increased by 50% scheduled increases of oil production that were set for July and August. So that oil production has already increased.
Now, Team Biden turning up the heat on oil at home.
There is nothing the industry needs, literally nothing the industry needs to increase production in the United States of additional oil. They have all the permits they need. They have all the equipment.
Western Energy Alliance objects. To say we have everything we need is ridiculous. There's been a concerted effort to definance the industry. Western Energy Alliance again pushed the Biden administration to relax climate disclosure rules that they say discourages financing in oil and gas. But they admit they have low hopes for change, with Biden administration officials saying the industry is already all set. In Madrid, Jackie Heinrich, Fox News.
Jackie, thanks so much. Let's go out to Fox 13 in Tampa. They always provide great summaries of the latest developments on the battlefield in the war in Ukraine. Here's Fox 13 from earlier today.
As Russia burns eastern Ukraine into ruins, NATO just formally invited Finland and Sweden to join the alliance. And President Biden announced a major expansion of U.S. forces in Europe. Our political editor, Craig Patrick's been following all this and here to catch us up to speed. And this is more significant than I think a lot of people even realize.
It certainly is substantial and historic in many ways. Let's start with context. Heading into this year, the United States had 80,000 U.S. troops protecting our partners in Europe. Throughout the course of this year so far, we've added another 20,000, 100,000 total up to this point. But now President Biden just announced that we are now sending much more.
And we mean it when we say an attack against one is an attack against all, every inch.
The U.S. expansion includes 2 additional naval destroyers in Spain, additional F-35 squadrons to the U.K., air defense positions in Italy and Germany, adding a permanent military presence in Poland, and thousands of additional forces to 8 bases along NATO's eastern flank, including 3,000 troops in Romania. Now, under the NATO-Russia Founding Act, NATO agreed to not station permanent troops along Russia's border. But the U.S. and her allies are working around this by noting the permanent presence in Poland will be an Army garrison headquarters, not a troop deployment. And they'll rotate the other deployments so they won't technically be permanent as per the language in the agreement. NATO Secretary General Stoltenberg said the NATO response force, or those on heightened alert, is growing from 40,000 to more than 300,000. We don't yet know how many of those 300,000 will be American troops. And while the U.S. and NATO step up the deployments, NATO officially invited Finland and Sweden to join the alliance. This is significant because both had a legacy of neutrality. Both have modern armies. Sweden has a key strategic position in the Baltic Sea, and Finland shares more than 800 miles of border with Russia. Ukrainians outside the security summit in Madrid support the coming expansion of NATO, but wonder why NATO won't admit Ukraine, which is fighting to keep the Russian invasion at bay.
But we are protecting Europe by our blood and by our lives right now in Ukraine.
The short answer as to why NATO won't let Ukraine join the alliance is that it's too late.
Here in Bucharest, we must make clear that NATO welcomes the aspirations of Georgia and Ukraine for their membership in NATO.
President George W. Bush actually committed NATO to accepting Ukraine back in April of 2008 in something known as the Bush Resolution or the Bucharest Declaration. The NATO heads of state back then declared NATO welcomes Ukraine's and Georgia's aspirations for membership and they agreed those countries will become members of NATO. But neither did because Russia objected. Germany's leadership at the time feared provoking Russia, and so the move to accept Ukraine stalled. And now that Russia has invaded Ukraine and under NATO's Article 5, an attack on one is an attack on all, accepting Ukraine at this point would commit us to starting World War III. And if that happened, Putin promised to end it in nuclear annihilation.
Победителей не будет.
Which is context on why NATO is not moving to bring Ukraine into the fold, but certainly is Finland and Sweden. In terms of the war itself, the latest assessments show that Russia continues to gain ground in eastern Ukraine through a scorched earth policy, basically blowing it to bits so that Ukraine would basically have little or nothing to reclaim, and counteroffensives, and moving at a pace of around 1 mile of movement and gaining territory within the course of the past week. It's weakening Russia in the course of doing this, though it is winning the battle. It ultimately leads, according to the assessments, of a continued grinding on of this war for the foreseeable future. And there also are moves to price cap oil in Europe from Russia, and with that, that'll continue to affect supply. We've seen a seesaw effect on gas prices. They have gone down somewhat. Projections show they will continue to go up yet once again, unfortunately, because of the continued progress of this war.
Wow. That scorched earth policy in eastern Ukraine is just horrible to watch. Okay, back to Finland, Sweden. What's this process like? How long does it actually take for them to become official members?
Historically, from this point forward, a year is typical. This time that will be accelerated under the circumstances. It will likely be a few months, perhaps even a few weeks. But what has to happen is that these nations have to sign some protocols, go through some process, and each member of NATO must ratify this agreement to accept these nations, which means it has to go through Congress and the various parliaments. That's why it generally takes a year, but this time it'll take well less than that in all probability.
All right, we know you'll be watching it. Thank you, Craig.
And we thank Fox 13 there for that summary of all the latest news and headlines out of Russia's war in Ukraine as it drags on even further into the summer. One last international headline we want to bring you here. Major news out of Paris today. You might remember the horrific terror attacks in Paris back in 2015. Well, the lone survivor of a team of Islamic State extremists who terrorized Paris then was convicted today of murder and other charges and sentenced to life in prison without parole for the deadliest peacetime attacks in French history. The Special Terrorism Court also convicted 19 other men involved in the assault on the Bataclan concert hall, cafes, and the National Stadium, which killed in total upwards of 130 people and injured hundreds more, some permanently maimed. It also led to intensified French military action against extremists abroad and a lasting shift in France's security posture at home. Survivors and victims' families emerged from the packed courtroom dazed or exhausted after an excruciating 9-month trial that's been crucial in their quest for justice and closure. Chief suspect Salah Abdeslam was found guilty of murder and attempted murder in relation to a terrorist enterprise. The court found his explosives vest malfunctioned, dismissing his argument that he ditched the vest because he decided not to follow through with his part of the attack on the night of November 13th, 2015. I remember it so very well. The beautiful city of Paris terrorized in so many locations that night, killing 130 people. Justice, hopefully, to some of these survivors and victims' families done today after this 9-month trial there in a Paris court. We're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll be bringing you our last story, kind of previewing really ahead of what we'll be covering tomorrow. We'll be back in just a moment. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox on this Wednesday night. Well, nearly 3 months after she won confirmation to the Supreme Court, Ketanji Brown Jackson is officially becoming a justice. Jackson, 51 years old, will be sworn in as the court's 116th justice tomorrow, just as the man she is replacing, Justice Stephen Breyer, retires. The judicial swearing in will take place tomorrow at noon Eastern, the moment Breyer said in a letter to President Biden today that his retirement will take effect after nearly 28 years on the nation's highest court. This is a story we have been following for so long. The court is expected to issue its final opinions earlier tomorrow in a momentous and rancorous term that included overturning Roe v. Wade. The remaining cases are a challenge to the EPA's ability to regulate climate warming emissions from power plants and Biden's bid to end the Trump-era Remain in Mexico asylum immigration program. In a ceremony, the court said it will stream live on its website. Jackson will recite 2 oaths required of Supreme Court justices, one administered by Breyer and the other by Chief Justice John Roberts. Just want to throw up the letter Stephen Breyer sent to President Biden just today. It says in part, "This past January, I wrote to inform you of my intent to retire from regular active service as an Associate Justice of the Supreme Court of the United States upon the court rising for its summer recess." It goes on to say the court has announced tomorrow, beginning at 10 a.m., it will hand down all remaining opinions ready during this term. Accordingly, my retirement from active service will be effective at noon tomorrow. He says it's been my great honor to participate as a judge in the effort to maintain our Constitution and the rule of law. Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson will become the first African-American woman to serve on the court in the court's history. We'll have live coverage of that starting tomorrow. Well, I'm Andrew Kraft. It's been a very busy Wednesday. I hope you've enjoyed our coverage of some of these top headlines and stories, live, raw, and unfiltered from around the country and across the world. We will see you tomorrow, same time, same place, with all the latest headlines as well. Now out to New York, Governor Kathy Hochul talking about gun legislation in wake of that Supreme Court ruling just last week invalidating that concealed carry gun law.
Police Kevin Bruin, and also Rensselaer County District Attorney Mary Pat Donnelly, who last time we were together was to do a packing up of supplies for people going to Ukraine. And so you've been very involved in your community beyond your important work to protect the citizens of your county. Sorry for the delay, but I just participated in a meeting that is the results of us bringing together representatives from states such as Maine, Connecticut, Massachusetts, New Hampshire, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Vermont, New York State, as well as the NYPD and I believe the Boston Police Department. Last January, I said we have to do something about the unwieldiness of the guns coming from other states into our streets and resulting in a lot of gun violence and gun deaths. So we have to figure out a way to start working together. This is the criminals don't care about geographic boundaries, and therefore I don't either when it comes to stopping crimes. Crime prevention is what we're focused on. So I brought together these other states. I thank the leaders of the states, the governors, for having their leadership in the law enforcement area, as well as ATF and others who are part of an organic system right here where we get together, we, for the first time ever, share data. And as a result of that, we're making real progress in terms of doing exactly what I want to do. My number one priority as the governor is to keep New Yorkers safe. Period, end, full stop. I have to keep New Yorkers safe. So when I launched this task force, I said we have to get together and have collaborations so we can start having gun seizures go up and gun crimes go down. And in that time, 6 months, I asked for a report. We've nearly doubled the number of gun seizures compared to the prior year. Over 662 guns have been seized already, a 98% increase compared to this time last year. Our ghost gun seizures have gone up 1,800% since 2018. That's a 212% increase since 2020. So we are focused on the ghost guns as well as my partner in government, Attorney General Tish James, and Mayor Adams and others across the state. We're working together on these. So last year we seized over 360 ghost guns. State Police did 65. And also, what's really important to me, we have made investigative referrals to over 22 states. This level of cooperation never existed before. Before we brought people together, put them in the room together, said we are all on the same team. It's us against them. We have to work tirelessly to find ways to use the data when we find out about traffic in our state, share it to other states, and have them share information with us, and that's why we're making a real difference. And the number of shooting incidences are down. For shooters, victims are both down. Shootings are down 12% in New York City, down 7% in the rest of the state. It may not feel like it, but I'm watching the data, and at some point we're going to get back to the pre-pandemic numbers that we're all striving for. So these are the first notable declines we've seen in the spikes of gun violence since May of 2020. So we are turning the corner. We're going full steam ahead to make sure that we continue our efforts to make sure we keep New Yorkers safe. So that's undeniable progress. It's proof that what we're doing here in New York is working. And we know that overall gun reforms, gun safety legislation, it works. New York State deaths due to injury from firearms is about 5 per 100,000. What's the context of that? In other states that have far fewer restrictions with respect to who can carry a gun and who can purchase them and the use of them. In Mississippi, a state with minimal restrictions, they have 28.6 deaths per 100,000. I just wanted you to hear that context. Again, New York State, 5 deaths per 100,000 population versus a place like Mississippi and others. We've now analyzed other states that have far fewer restrictions on guns, and their numbers of deaths per 100,000 are much higher. But it's not enough to have the toughest gun laws in the nation. We're always having to double down and find more solutions to make a difference. And that's why we looked at opportunities for funding. Our budget, just enacted a few months ago, $227 million for gun violence prevention programs, and we have to continue strengthening our laws. I will get back once again and talk about what happened in Buffalo. We'll never forget what happened in Buffalo. That's my hometown. And I immediately called on the legislature after that tragedy struck and got weapons, working hard to get weapons off the streets. We signed a nation-leading comprehensive legislative package. You know the details. We've talked about them. But last week, as we continue to do everything we can here in the state of New York, if I sound a little frustrated, I am. We're doing what we can to get the guns out of the hands of criminals, making sure that you have to be older to buy an AR-15, that you cannot, that we really increase the use of our red flag laws. And I thank the state police for being so aggressive in their approach and making sure that we protect citizens. But then you have the Supreme Court of the United States of America that think that they have more power than a governor does when it comes to protecting the citizens of our state. So they added fuel to the fire. You know, we've had fires raging for a long time in terms of our desire to just tamper things down, get the guns out of the hands of criminals, try to have some gun safety laws that make sense, and all of a sudden we have no longer they removed our limitations on who can carry concealed weapons in our state. So while we're in a time of national reckoning, everybody's focused on this. After Uvalde, after Buffalo, after the day-to-day scourge of gun violence in our streets, we have the Supreme Court of the United States of America tells us that we now have to repealed a law that's been on the books for over 100 years, back when probably Teddy Roosevelt was president of the United States. That's how long the law was there. And now they're totally out of touch with what we want for our state. And we want safer streets, not more guns on our streets. And so what they, in their vision of a New York, would be to allow guns on subways, people carrying them to work, carrying them to schools, carrying them to daycare centers, carry them to crowded venues like Times Square. Bar, imagine someone's, talking to your girlfriend, you're not real happy about it, and you have a gun and you have a temper, and that's what happens. So we are facing a wave of concealed weapons we're going to be facing a wave of concealed weapons in our parks, our subways, gathering places. And so therefore, when this decision came down just 1 week ago, we said we're going to move quickly. Next Thursday, I said we're going to get together. That day has arrived. Tomorrow, the legislature will be acting upon legislation that we're putting forth, and my team is reviewing all of our options. We're going to make sure we have the strongest protections possible, and that's why I appreciate the support of Carl Heastie, our Speaker, Majority Leader Andre Stewart-Cousins. in working with us toward legislation that we believe is going to make sense and continue to protect the citizens. That's why we're having this extraordinary session. That's what it's actually called, an extraordinary session, because we have to make sure that we make these changes, and I want them done now. Let me talk about some of the areas we're going to be expanding restrictions. Sensitive locations. What does that mean? Well, we're going to help everybody know. We're going to help define them. Federal, state, local government buildings, health and medical facilities, places where children gather, daycares, parks, zoos, playgrounds, public transportation, subways, buses, polling places, educational institutions, and making sure that we have no open carry policy as a default position for private businesses. Let me explain what that means. The presumption in the state of New York after we sign this bill into law will be the presumption is that private property owners will not want to have concealed carry weapons on their premises. But should they decide they do, they would actually affirmatively put a sign in their window, a bar, a restaurant, a gathering place, concealed carry weapons, welcome here. Otherwise, the presumption will be in the state of New York that they are not. We're going to protect the rights of private property owners, allow them to not have to be subjected to someone walking into their workplace or a bar, restaurant with a concealed weapon, and therefore we're going to take that very strong step, but we believe that it is sustainable, and that's what the law is going to be once we get this through tomorrow. So we're standing up for the rights of business owners, standing up for their right to be able to protect their premises and their patrons and their fellow workers and their employees, and that's what we're going to do. We're also strengthening the list of disqualifying criteria. So you can't get a permit if you have a history of dangerous behavior. We're also going to be updating our safe storage laws. So we're going to have more people out there who legally would be able to carry weapons. Well, guess what? 25% of gun crimes are committed with stolen guns. Where can they steal them out of? They can steal them out of your vehicle. So we're adding a vehicle requirement to our safe storage laws. So you have to have them locked up when you're traveling. And right now, if you have children in your home under the age of 16, you have to have safe storage. And I would say, given the concern we have with the increase in suicides with teenagers, we're going to raise that number to 18. So guns in a household with 18-year-olds or younger will have to now be locked up. We're also going to improve our information sharing for state police background checks and bolster training. So there's in-person fire range training. We're working out the details. You know, over 15 hours will be required of in-person training to be able to receive a concealed carry permit. And this is going to be significant. We're going to require a background check for all purchases of ammunition for guns that need a permit. You'll have to show that permit at the time of purchase. And also we'll be standing up the database, and I'll be talking about that more tomorrow, the ammunition database that is long overdue. And again, as I mentioned, we'll be talking about that. I have a plan to explain to you how that even happened. But we don't want to lose the protections of our concealed carry law, so we're doing everything we can to continue protecting New Yorkers. This has been a fight of my life for a long time. I was a young staffer for Senator Daniel Patrick Moynihan when we wanted to ban what they called at the time cop killer bullets, armor-piercing bullets. And there was such resistance to do something that seemed like such common sense to all of us, that you would not want a bullet that could take the life of a law enforcement officer whose sworn duty is to keep others alive. So I have been on these battles for a long time. I see this as an extension of that work. There's more to do. This is a nationwide crisis. Too many lives are being lost here in New York, but I will not rest as the governor of the state until we've done everything in our power to end this gun epidemic once and for all here in the state of New York, because we're not going backwards, we're going forward. And I want to say, if 6 Supreme Court justices want to take us backwards, we have a legislature full of duly elected representatives who actually speak for the people of this state and want to protect a law that's been on the books for over 100 years. And so we all collectively, the legislature, myself, and all others, our law enforcement individual I just spoke to a few minutes ago, they all want us to make sure we have smart, sensible gun safety legislation. So I appreciate the desire and the interest of our legislature to get this done. Again, coming in, they're starting to arrive now, they're meeting, and I hope to have a pen in my hand tomorrow or the very early hours of Friday morning, or I'll stay as long as it takes. I'm not going anywhere. So we'll get it done. And I want the people of New York to know that we take this deadly seriously. This Supreme Court decision was a setback for us, but I would call it a temporary setback, because we are going to marshal the resources, the intellect. We've been talking to leaders in this industry and academics and people in think tanks to find out what we can do legally, constitutionally, to make sure that we do not surrender my right as governor or our rights as New Yorkers to protect ourselves from gun violence. And I do want to give a shout out to Marcos Soler, the Deputy Secretary of Public Safety, who's been on speed dial with me nonstop over this. I appreciate his involvement with our gun interdiction task force that I just pulled him out of. There you are, so Marcos. But we've been having constant conversations about finding the right answer to make sure that this Supreme Court decision does not have the effect of making New Yorkers less safe than they are. Right now. Any questions?
Governor, is it fair to say that there is an agreement on all of these provisions that you just listed with the state legislature? And as a follow-up to that, is there an expectation that these will be able to survive whatever sort of legal challenge could be coming to them?
No, we've been consulting with legal experts. There are experts in the city of New York. We have people, I think it's Duke University, SMU. There are think tanks and academic think tanks around the country. We've been engaging them to make sure that we know we have to make sure this is constitutional. We get that. We're not looking to go back into court. But we also know that we have more powers than people may realize, that we're going to institute those to make sure New Yorkers are safe. And the legislature has been in conversation with us. I gave you top line areas. The details are what we're working out with the legislature now, but I would say conceptually, we're all on board with these. Karen?
The terms of the bill that you're talking about, is there anywhere that you could go in public and carry a concealed weapon? It sounds like you're shutting off all of the public places.
I can't shut off all places.
So what would be left?
Probably some streets. We know, literally the decision said you cannot say the entire island of Manhattan is off limits. We understand that. That's why I'm working hard with my team to have something that is common sense, that is legally sustainable, because of course there's challenges. We get sued every day of the week. But I want to make sure that we've done everything we can to protect the citizens of the state. So I will go right up to the line. I will not cross the line, but I know that we can do whatever we can to protect New Yorkers, and it means a list of places where they need to know when they go there to gather, work, places of worship, places children are, polling places, government buildings, and larger gathering spaces, maybe more than 100 people, working out the details, that they don't have to worry about someone being right there next to them, having a weapon, whereas before they would not have had the right to be there. And so we anticipate there'll be a larger number of people who will exercise this now conferred right by the Supreme Court of the United States. And we have to be anticipatory. We have to be ready to be able to deal with the increase in guns on our streets and what that looks like and how we can regulate as New Yorkers. Jimmy.
You know, New York has not had an extensive sensitive place restriction because the issuance of concealed carry permits has been so restrictive. I'm wondering what would happen under your new regime. There are many members of law enforcement who carry concealed when they're off duty. There are people who are rigorous and well-trained who carry off duty, and they do so in these public places with the thought that if something were to go awry, they are prepared, they are trained, they are armed. So is there any concern that banning these people from those public spaces to be armed might have an impact on public safety? Or are you taking provisions to sort of carve out, say, an off-duty officer?
That's a good question. That's what we're looking at. We look at there's about 22,000 concealed carry permits in New York City, for example. I believe that about 17,000 are held by former law enforcement. Is that right, Marcos? I just carry all these numbers in my head all the time. So we are talking, those are the conversations we're having right now. Those are the conversations. As I said, these are top line areas. We're going to have sensitive areas defined. And, you know, are there carve-outs or not carve-outs for people with pre-existing concealed carry permits? That is the question. So we're going to have, I wanted to let you, I keep getting asked everywhere I go for the last week, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? What are you going to do? I've laid out the top line areas. I wanted to be clear. I wanted to be, you know, transparent with what we're doing here. Let the press know, let the public know. But these are the details that are being worked out with the legislature through the late hours. But that's a category of people we're talking about, for sure.
Well, another follow-up. You mentioned people, an extensive background check. Will that include a look at mental health records and the signing of a HIPAA waiver to get them?
Right now, that is how they are conducted in the city of New York, for example. So what we would do is create a baseline of qualifying factors and factors to be considered, you know, criminal behaviors and past, you know, certain cases that had not been covered before, misdemeanors, certain misdemeanors. We're looking at a broad category, but what I will not do is limit the ability of a locality that wants to take a more restrictive approach or have more criteria to consider than we have as a baseline. I have to represent the whole state of New York, but I will not tie the hands of New York City, and we'll spell that out in our legislation of the other areas that they can go to should they choose. So you're hitting on the heart of our negotiations right now, Jimmy, but all will be known by this time tomorrow or Friday for sure. Yes.
Do you have numbers on how many?
Ma'am, she pointed to me, please. Seriously. Can you also please comment on the Attorney General's lawsuit for those manufacturers of unfinished gun parts that contribute to the ongoing violence as well?
My comment is yes. We're working together, 100% support for that. When you think about it, we have gun laws in place in New York because there's something called states' rights, or at least there were up until last weekend. We have states' rights, and the state of New York is more protected, feels more protected, and the statistics show that we are more protected when you look at the rate of gun deaths in our states versus others. So we are going to continue working together and saying that you should not be able to manufacture component parts of a weapon that is not legal here, ship it to somebody's house, and have them put it together and be out there in the street using it. That doesn't even pass the common sense test. So we are going against them. I signed a law, I believe it was October 28th last fall, to ban ghost guns. Shocking that they weren't already banned, but it is fairly new. And our number of, you know, interdiction of those guns is high, but I support our Attorney General to use the tools of her office on our behalf to make sure that we stop the flow of those guns designed to evade our laws. That's all I can call it. They're designed to evade our laws, and those manufacturers need to be held accountable.
Governor, do you have the numbers to show that it's the concealed carry permit holders that are committing crimes? Because the lawful gun owner will say that you're attacking the wrong person. It's really people that are getting these guns illegally that are causing the violence, not the people going and getting the permit legally, and that's the basis for the whole Supreme Court argument. Do you have the numbers?
I don't need to have numbers. I don't have to have a data point to say that this is going to all I know is I have a responsibility to the people of this state to have sensible gun safety laws. And this one was not devised by the Hochul administration. It comes out of an administration from 1908 in our state. So this is not a new law. This was how we did things for over 100 years. So that is what the Supreme Court has attacked. Our right to be able to have gun laws, not new, but over 100 years old. And so we are going to continue making sure that we toughen those laws. And I have an obligation, regardless of a number or two, I don't need a data point to make the case that I have a responsibility to protect the people of this state. And also, I will say that when we enact our laws and we have more people, just we have the volume of more people who will be on the streets with guns who were not allowed before. It is one thing to have a gun for your family's protection in your home. That is the law of the state of New York. I know a lot about that. One of my jobs as a county clerk was to issue pistol permits. I know exactly what's involved. I know the background checks, the mental health checks, the state police background check, the checks with 3 of your neighbors. I know all this. And to say that that's fine for in your home, but all of a sudden now you're out in the streets, now you're driving around, now you're going to bars, now you're going to the workplace, that is a whole different ballgame. And that was what I would consider more like the old Wild West. Well, this is not the Wild West. This is New York State.
To clarify, places that serve alcohol would be sensitive?
Pardon me?
To clarify, would places that serve alcohol be sensitive?
I don't need to define a place as being sensitive for alcohol. What I'm saying is that there'll be a default position for private property owners, which includes businesses like restaurants, bars, workplaces. The presumption will be that they don't want concealed carry unless they put out a sign that says concealed carry weapons, welcome here.
Just to follow up, in the Buffalo case, the man that went into the grocery store obviously didn't have a concealed carry, and somebody who's going to go do a mass shooting or something like that would not go get a concealed carry.
I never said there's any correlation between our solution here and the Buffalo case. In fact, I signed a package of 10 laws following Buffalo that dealt with the issues that were raised there. That, in fact, you had an 18-year-old be able to go off and buy an AR-15 after being radicalized on social media, believing the premises behind race replacement theory and white supremacy and racism, and was able to go illegally over to Pennsylvania, buy a 30-bullet high-capacity magazine, attach it to the AR-15, and kill somebody. I did not say we're solving for that with this. We already addressed that. This is dealing with the fact that the Supreme Court, less than 1 week ago, turned our world upside down and now says that there's going to be a much higher number of people walking our streets, going on the subway, sitting next to someone on a bus, unless we take the action to protect our citizens.
But what if they can't practice self-defense because of the restrictions?
My point, let me give you, you like statistics, you like numbers? I said at the outset, 5 people per 100,000 have died from gun violence in the state of New York. The states that have more liberal laws, carry guns everywhere you want on the theory of self-protection, their average is about 28.6%. More people are dying in those states where some might argue, something I don't agree with, but the right to carry a gun is to protect you from the bad guys. That's not working. We have data that shows that is not working. Last question.
Governor, there's been talk in recent months that President Biden might not seek another term. Now that you've solidified your place as the top Democrat in one of the top Democratic states, would you commit to serving a full 4-year term if elected in November? Or?
I am absolutely supporting Joe Biden when he runs for re-election. Those are my conversations with him. I support him for re-election.
But if he doesn't, are you committing to the voters of New York that you'll serve a full term?
I am staying here as long as the voters of New York will have me.
Governor, on the equality of...
And that's it. Yes, if you want to say, yes. I'm not even elected yet, Bill. I just got the nomination. So
before the general election, it's often asked the governors of New York, will you commit to
you
serving?
can ask me. Yes, I love this job. I'm staying here, but I'm supporting Joe Biden 100%. He is working so hard and does not get the credit for what he is doing under difficult circumstances. And I'm going to continue talking about his policies and the policies of other Democrats, that we are not going back to the extremism that we saw manifest itself when you have a president who's able to select Supreme Court justices. That's what I'm reeling with right now. And we haven't even talked about abortion. So that's another day, because there's a lot to show the contrast. But I'm not here to talk about politics. But I'm honored to be the Democratic nominee for my first term as governor. And I'll be very happy to be successful in that, voters willing. Last question.
Couple more, so Viv and then Josh, and we're good.
Okay. I just had two questions and I'll be good. Obviously, you won the primary yesterday. Talk about your thoughts on the race and your thoughts on taking on Zeldin in November.
No, as I just said, I'm very focused on my job right now. Very humbled by the outpouring of support. As Bill would point out, almost record-setting number of people turning out in a primary, in a midterm primary. So I'm honored and humbled by that. And I know what the people want because I've been out there. I talk to people when I go to the street fairs and the farmers markets and the subways, and there's a lot of fear out there. And I've never seen this before. This is my 13th election. I've never seen the anxiety and people come up to me in subway stops and literally start crying in my arms because they're so fearful that their rights are going to continue to be stripped away by the radicals who've now infiltrated the Supreme Court of the United States. So I'll be focused on those issues at the right time. I will call them out. But right now, I've got a very busy job making sure that we have policies to protect people. That's what we're focused on now, but also helping people with the high cost of living, finding more ways to lift that burden from them. There's a lot of pain and anxiety out there, and my job is to focus on that, how we can help people get through these very challenging times. But I'm honored to be the nominee, truly.
And I just have one more question and I'll be done. Yesterday, we spoke to a group of Black Democratic women lawmakers, and they said they reached out to you, and they have some issues, some Black issues and Latino issues, and they've reached out to your office and haven't got a response. What are your thoughts on that?
This is the first I've heard of it, but my door is open. If they're in Albany, I'll have coffee with them Saturday morning. I always meet everybody. Everybody knows that. So, yes, Josh.
To give you an opportunity to talk about abortion.
Now you're getting really riled up. As if I'm not upset about the Supreme Court on this one, but thank you. Okay.
The Equality Amendment, my understanding, Attorney General James assured lawmakers that the potential Equality Amendment would not have any legal issues with religious rights. Is that your understanding, your administration's understanding of it right now? And given the current proposed language, do you support that and would like to see lawmakers vote on it tomorrow? I just want to get this done. Now, the special session was called back for the exclusive purpose of dealing with the Supreme Court decision on concealed carry. However, as a strong supporter of an equality amendment, I am open to, widening that scope a little bit to deal with this. I know it's been worked on for years, even in this last session. I mean, they just literally wrapped up their session a few weeks ago, so they had the opportunity then. But if they still hadn't reached the necessary compromise between the Assembly and the Senate, and they are not there now, they should talk to me about it, and let's see what we can do. I do support this. We have Roe v. Wade codified in state law. I was very proud to preside before the Senate when that was passed, and it was a significant accomplishment, even though at the time no one really thought it'd be needed. It is needed, and especially as there's some talk of, again, we'll never hopefully get there, but if there is a change in leadership in Washington, there could be a nationwide abortion ban. I'll do whatever. I will protect New York women. I'll invite women from other states to come here and receive the services that they're being denied in other states, but heaven help us if that happens.
What do you think of that being kind of stuck in neutral over these concerns surrounding the religious language that's been talked about?
I want them to work it out. I encourage them to work it out. I've said that all along. They have an opportunity to, the Assembly, the Senate, put together a plan. They bring it, it gets passed, and actually a governor doesn't sign a constitutional amendment.
All right, thanks everyone. We gotta go.
All right, thanks everybody. Appreciate your time.
I want to thank everybody for joining with us today. I also want to thank the Sheriff of Maverick County as well as the Police Chief here in Eagle Pass. I had the opportunity to visit with them before coming out here, and I may be telling you a little bit more about some things that we shared in there. Let me first start out with this, and that is President Biden was warned in advance that reduced border enforcement would lead to dire consequences. And we have seen those dire consequences. One is record number of people coming across the border illegally. Another is a greater sense of lawlessness that comes from not enforcing the law. When whether it be migrants or any smugglers or anybody else see the laws not enforced, they will abuse those laws. And we've seen increased brazenness by cartels that feel empowered because we do not have a federal government that's pushing back against those cartels and their illegal activity. And of course, the worst thing of all is the catastrophic death that we have witnessed. Now, we saw this horrendous death occur in a truck in San Antonio earlier this week, and it is heartbreaking. The numbers have increased. It is now reported that 53 people in that truck lost their lives. It is the deadliest migrant smuggling incident on U.S. soil, and it's on President Biden's watch. The thing about it is that it's not the only way in which people who are trying to migrate here lose their lives. In the harsh, high temperature of Texas in the summertime, and the Texas heat, it'll prove even more deadly. Every year there are many reports about migrants who lose their lives in the heat. I was visiting with the sheriff moments ago, and he was telling me reports about how there have been multiple people in just the past week who had lost their lives, mostly from heat exhaustion. There may have been, in addition to that, one or two who lost their lives in the river. This is harsh terrain and harsh weather. And because of the way that the Biden administration is not enforcing the immigration laws, it's attracting people and enticing people to make this very dangerous trek, causing them to lose their lives. I urge the president, stop the loss of lives. You have the ability to stop people from losing their lives if you make it clear that no one can come across illegally. There's a perfectly legal way that people can immigrate to the United States of America. It's that legal pathway, Mr. President, that you must insist upon, and if you do that, you will have a role in reducing the loss of life. Now, going back, many of these deaths could be prevented if Biden simply fully funded the Border Patrol operation of the United States of America and implemented the policies that the Border Patrol needs in order to do their real job. And the real job is not the paper processing work that they've been assigned to do. The real job is both to secure the border as well as to do things like inspect the vehicle that was carrying those people who lost their lives. As you all surely know, the truck passed through a border point checkpoint. It was not inspected. It was not inspected because the Border Patrol does not have the resources to be able to inspect all of the trucks. And as a result, the Border Patrol did not have the capability of saving those lives. Mr. President, you can fix that if you provide what is categorized as the minimum number of Border Patrol officers who are needed to do the fundamental job of the United States of America and adequately fund their operations to make sure that they are going to be able to inspect those vehicles. Well, in Texas, we once again are going to try to step up and play a role by the state to address this catastrophe that President Biden is responsible for. Today I'm announcing that Texas is going to add additional truck checkpoints. DPS will create and implement a checkpoint strategy beginning immediately where they will begin targeting trucks like the one that was used where these people perished to make sure that we will have a better capability of perhaps stopping future trucks like that, as well as stopping the smugglers and the cartel members who are trying to profiteer off of it. Now, we're in Eagle Pass today for a reason. Eagle Pass is part of the Del Rio sector, and the Del Rio sector has seen the largest number of illegal crossings in the past week. There was a time when most of the illegal crossings would take place in the Rio Grande Valley, and that's no longer true. Right now, we're at ground zero here into Del Rio, where we have the largest number of border crossings, and we have information indicating that there could be a meaningful rise in the number of border crossings in this region. So we want to step up and make sure that we will do more to better secure this area. As the mayor told me earlier, he said the situation in Eagle Pass has gone from bad to worse with the increased number of people coming through this area. The bottom line is this: despite the increasing numbers, despite these caravans on the Mexico side of the border right now, the Biden administration still is doing nothing whatsoever to stop it. Texas is going to take action to do our part to try to reduce the illegal immigration coming into our country. We're going to be adding more resources and stronger strategies to control all the borderland that is owned or controlled by state or local governments. Let me make clear what I just said. The property along the border is owned or controlled typically by three different groups. There is some property that's owned or controlled by state or local governments. This property we're on right now is controlled by the local government. There is other property that's owned or controlled by the state. However, there is some property on the border that is owned or controlled by the federal government. If it's owned or controlled by the federal government, Texas does not have the authority or the capability to stop the illegal immigrants from going to that land. There's another area that we are working on, and that is private property. There are people, whether it be in this community or people up and down the border, who own property on the border. We are getting authorization from as many of them as we can for the state of Texas to be able to put up barriers, whether it be concertina wire or fences or other types of barriers, so we can prevent people from entering the United States and the state of Texas through that private property. Along these lines, I'm announcing a couple of new strategies that we're adding on to what we are already doing, so that Texas can gain even greater operational control of the property owned by the state of Texas or local governments or private property owners. We are creating two strike teams. The Texas Department of Public Safety is creating two strike teams to detect, deter, and apprehend unlawful crossings of illegal immigrants. Two strike teams deployed, they will be deployed immediately right here in Eagle Pass. Each team will consist of 20 troopers. Additional strike teams will be deployed to high traffic crossing areas as needed. Separate, and in addition to that, the National Guard is taking additional action. By the way, it's important to point out that the National Guard, they've been deployed to the Texas border for more than a year now, many of whom are with us here today, and we appreciate their tireless around-the-clock effort to do everything they can to help secure the border. But what they are focused on right now is deploying additional miles of concertina military-grade razor wire along the Rio Grande River, protecting areas from entry by people illegally. In addition to that, the National Guard is adding miles of fencing and barriers on state and local property, once again prioritizing the high traffic areas. And they are also going to be adding boat teams where feasible along the river. One thing that they have been involved in and been very aggressive about already, they have numbered more than 22,000 turnbacks of people who were trying to come across the border do they turn back? That is an essential role of what the National Guard is helping us to achieve. At this time, I would like to call upon Director McCraw of the Texas Department of Public Safety to add more about what DPS is doing.
Thank you, Governor. As the Governor noted, Del Rio sector for the first time over a decade, and that's the first time ever, is the central point for human smuggling for the nation in relation to border control. The Del Rio sector, he mentioned, is what we operate in right now. This is what Maverick County is. It's the reason why he's having the press conference today after visiting with local officials, seeing what their needs are. And clearly there is, this unmitigated flow of people into this area. He's tasked, and we're doing right now, as he pointed out, 2 trooper strike teams are already arriving in Maverick County. It will be supplemented by another 3 next week, and if we have to bring another 5, we will. That number brings up to 200 already over the resources we have dedicated to it. In addition, he talked about commercial vehicle enforcement strike teams. And that's our troopers that have authority to work commercial vehicle traffic, that are trained in it and have the expertise, along with civilian inspectors, along these smuggling corridors, not on the border, but the smuggling corridors that they use to move people always up into San Antonio, to Houston, to El Paso, other locations. We're going to have these checkpoints in these areas. And we'll be in a position, I can assure you, that our troopers will be able to identify the smugglers. What they're doing right now is they're using clone trucks and vehicles that appear to be legitimate, that look like they're legitimate, that's easy to pass through the particular checkpoint, but I can assure you our troopers will be able to identify whether it's legitimate or not and take action at that point in time. That's a deterrent. And that's also have an opportunity to save lives. Already, we've been able to identify 983 illegal immigrants in truck, tractor, semi-trailers thus far since the governor launched Operation Lone Star. Additionally, after talking to the chief and the sheriff, we're going to deploy strike teams of DPS special agents to conduct surveillance and look for these cloned vehicles, stolen vehicles that are staged along the highways used to smuggle people, further north, and also identify stash houses, which is very important to disrupting Mexican cartel operations. And predominantly those stash houses are in urban areas that are contiguous with Mexico. That'll be another focus, Governor, and of course the brush teams, as we heard, they're penetrating some of the particular areas. They're working with landowners, getting access, and we'll put into the elite brush teams that we have with the National Guard and our troopers that are trained in special response tactics, and our special operation group as well. Of course, increased UAVs, Governor, we're going to put in here as well, and includes pilot resources to support helicopter operations, to support the surveillance activities, looking for stash houses. That's it.
Thank you. And now General Seltzer from the Texas National Guard.
Good afternoon. The Texas National Guard continues to take unprecedented action along with our partners here to secure the border and protect Texas communities. In response to this crisis, we have emplaced over 60 miles of barrier along the Texas border in the form of fence or concertina wire. In Maverick County alone, which we are in, we have secured agreements with 55 miles worth of border landowners to put up fence. We are 50% complete on that task. We have also put over 8 linear miles of concertina wire, much of which you can see here along the border in Maverick County. Working today with our partners, with the governor, with the mayor, we are going to expand that zone out, working with the community to get more land agreements, to extend concertina wire out in order to not only block, but to push any migrant or illicit activity outside away from this great city to where they can be apprehended. Additionally, we are increasing our boat teams. We currently have 70 boats and 48 teams, and we're continuing to grow those teams. You may see some of those boats operating on this river behind us today. And then finally, we just implemented our small unmanned aerial system program, or drone program. It will take a couple months to get online, but we will have several teams of small UAS operators that can come to places like Eagle Pass and help detect and block illicit narcotics and transnational criminal activity.
Thank you very much. Again, everything that we just talked about and everything that we've done up until now would not have been needed if all that President Biden had done was to keep in place the border security plan that had been put in place by President Trump. Under President Trump, we saw the fewest illegal crossings in decades. Under President Biden, we see all-time record highs. It's time for President Biden to reinstate the strategies that were put in place by President Trump that proved so effective. So they are these: building a border wall, keeping in place both Title 42 and the Remain in Mexico policy, and enforcing those. So those policies remain in effect right now. However, it's my understanding that the way we see it, Biden is not enforcing those. Ending catch and release. Those are the 4 things that are very simple to do. But maybe there's a 5th thing, candidly, that means as much as anything else, and that is for the president to be adamant that he is not going to tolerate any illegal immigration. America has a very robust legal immigration process that should be used. He, the president, should not be promoting illegal immigration the way that he is.
What's the state's overall plan when it comes to apprehensions, deterrence, and incarceration? Because at the end of the day, we will have an increase.
Sir, and so part of the state plan was to arrest people who were violating state law. And I'll tell you what the numbers are, and the numbers will just continue to go up. We've made more than 16,000 criminal arrests, more than 4,000 criminal trespass arrests. We've made more than 14,000 felony charges. We have apprehended more than 270,000 illegal immigrants, and we've turned back more than 22,000 migrants. And then on top of all of that, because the smugglers were able to get past Border Patrol, it fell upon state law enforcement, such as the DPS, to be involved in the seizure of fentanyl. So Texas law enforcement has seized enough fentanyl to kill every man, woman, and child in the United States of America.
Back in April, you signed 4 agreements with 4 basically state governors on a goal to slow down the illegal drug and the illegal crossings. It has not happened, especially in this sector. We already have 5-day span here where there are more than 7,000 migrants were encountered. We've actually been following the migrant caravans from Aviendas, from Monterrey to Aviendas here to the things. They're crossing by the hundreds. What are you doing to hold the Mexican state governors accountable for not obeying the agreement you made with them?
So the accountability may come soon, but we've been in discussion with our bordering neighbors about what they're doing. I will tell you this. Obviously, the state right across the border is Coahuila. And you talked about the numbers in Coahuila. The governor of Coahuila is doing a lot, maybe as much as anybody, to disband the caravans, to thwart people who would otherwise come across the border. His challenge is the same as my challenge, and that's the president of his country. And as long as AMLO is advancing this and aiding this effort, it's hard for a governor to be able to stop it.
Governor, you are the sheriff of Many County, so four illegal aliens rolled into the bridge and released them back to Mexico, and Border Patrol was unable to. Do you support this action?
I missed the first part of your question.
The sheriff of Many County, he took four illegal aliens and captured in his county and returned them to the bridge here back to
Sure.
Mexico.
The first thing I will tell you is that the sheriffs of the state of Texas play a vital role up and down the border. And there's a team effort by all of these efforts. And I applaud all of our sheriffs for having to respond into unprecedented conditions. And that's causing all of us to use unprecedented action. And so whether it's doing what that sheriff in Kenny County is doing or what we're doing, such as turning back more than 20,000 people, we all have our own tools and strategies that we use to either turn back or to return people across the border.
Governor, quick question for you. While we await for the Supreme Court to decide the MPP, Remain in Mexico case, should they rule in favor of Texas, how much confidence do you have in the Biden administration that they will abide by that and reinstate it fully?
So that decision will come out tomorrow, and we hope, obviously, that the Supreme Court will uphold the Remain in Mexico policy. But upholding the policy, obviously, is only on paper if the Biden administration does not follow that standard. For one, if they do not follow the standard, Texas can take legal action and go to court to hold the president, to hold Secretary Mayorkas, and other operatives in the federal government in contempt of court if they fail to live up to that order. And that's exactly what we will be seeking to do. Well, the way that is really effective is if you look at the overall numbers of, for example, the fentanyl that we have seized. Had we not been here, that fentanyl would not have been seized. Look at the number of turnbacks. Had we not been here, those are 22,000 more people who would have gotten in. Look at the arrests. 14,000 people arrested that would not have been arrested had we not been here, including the 4,000 for trespassing cases, and the list goes on. We're doing more than any state has ever done in the history of the United States. And I'll add on top of that, if you go back to the time of George Washington all the way up to the time of Joe Biden, Texas is the only state in the United States that's ever built its own border wall. And we are working with landowners as we speak right now to add more to that border wall.
You're talking about all of these numbers, you're talking about increasing the resources. Obviously, these numbers are astronomical. When we're driving out here from Del Rio, there used to be National Guard every couple of miles, used to run into GPS, I mean, constantly. It seems like that's pulled back a lot. Road Mill has all that emptied out. I mean, where are the resources at? If you're saying that we're upping them, it looks like we're decreasing them along this thoroughfare.
We are deploying them to strategic areas. Some examples, whether it be strike forces like what we announced here. We have other strategies in place that we're adding personnel to that are low water crossings. Other strategies where we're doing things so that we as a state will occupy land either before the federal government does or before migrants do.
So why have them there in the first place? Why not have them out deployed in these strategic areas? Why sitting along the highway? Were they not doing anything, or were they actually useful?
Wherever they have been, they've been useful. It's just that, as you all have observed and reported, the facts are changing on the ground minute by minute. And what law enforcement and the military has to do is change their tactics on the ground minute by minute to deal with what's changing.
Two more questions. Two more. We're going to have more inspections of these 18 filters. Tragically, we already had a good shooting here in San Antonio. Where should we expect these additional inspections to be a message for the families that were affected? Because
Well, obviously, our prayers are with the families who were affected by this tragedy. It's heart-wrenching. And it's even worse when you hear about some of the things that happened during the course of it. And we never want to see that happen again. And so Joe Biden may not be stepping up to make sure it doesn't happen again, but Texas is going to step up and do our part to try to make sure it doesn't happen again. Where specifically we will be doing that, we're not going to say publicly, and let me tell you why. If we say publicly what's going to happen, it will cause the cartels to move their actions elsewhere. Our job is to surprise the cartels and the smugglers, not to tell them in advance where we will be.
Governor, you're meant to stop a lot of this immigration. Will you do any humanitarian efforts for the state?
So I'll let Director McCraw answer that.
We'll do a couple things. We're going to use some of the commercial vehicle enforcement resources we already have working the bridges to move further out. So we have an opportunity to target those truck tractor semi-trailers that are picking up people at stash houses and moving further on. Moreover, we're bringing commercial vehicle enforcement strike teams from around the state. So we'll be coming from outside our South Texas and West Texas regions to augment current operations.
Governor, yesterday I sat next to the constable's office and your troopers while we waited for BP. They were so overwhelmed here. You know, what's your thought on that? I mean, they were there for at least an hour.
Right,
Your
and
troopers took over and started actually processing so BP could transport them.
Right, and so that's reprehensible, and it's a consequence of what I said earlier, and that is there's an intended minimal level of Border Patrol to be funded. That floor has since been removed by Congress. It used to exist, and it was about 22,000 Border Patrol members. They're more than 2,000 short of that as we speak right now, despite the fact that we're dealing with the worst border crossing ever. And so at a minimum, immediately, Congress and the President should step up and provide what that former floor was for the Border Patrol numbers, provide the funding for it. That would be a good start.
Great, thank you guys so much.
And as we continue to follow the sentencing of the singer and rapper R. Kelly, joining me now to discuss that even further is prominent attorney Gloria Allred, who was representing some of the victims. She was in court today, speaking outside of court. 30-year sentence. Ms. Allred, some would say justice was delayed in this. It is now served. Is that your view?
Yes, justice was delayed, but it wasn't denied. Today, the court imposed a significant sentence, 30 years, on R. Kelly. R. Kelly, formerly known as a celebrity singer and songwriter, is today nothing but a convicted felon. He is a sexual predator, and he has been sentenced because of significant crimes against underage girls. He lured these underage girls, some of whom were his fans, into him. He manipulated them, he groomed them, he hurt them emotionally, physically in some instances, and for some of them left long-lasting harm upon them. Some of them, he knew he had a sexually transmitted genital disease, herpes, and he did not disclose it to them. He did not use protection. And so for some of them, they're going to suffer from that the rest of their lives.
Yeah.
But even for those that he did not impose this lifelong damaging genital disease on, he harmed them in other ways. And he betrayed their trust.
Yeah.
And this is wrong, and it's a crime. And today he found that he has to pay for that crime.
Yeah.
In some ways, the defense tried to portray him as a victim. He's not the victim. Many of my clients who were brave enough to testify against him were victims. They lived in fear for quite a long time, Jonathan, but they broke out of that fear. They refused to be intimidated by him or any of his supporters or his entourage or enablers. And they spoke truth to power when they testified, and they were subjected to cross-examination, but they held up strong and they stood in what they said was their truth. So I'm very proud of them. They were there today, some of them with parents and relatives.
Yeah.
Others, you know, just were there with me. And were it not for them, this day would never have come. They did it for two reasons. One, they want him to have to pay for his crimes. And two, they wanted to be sure that he went away for a long time so that he could never hurt any other underage girls. And they accomplished that.
I was wondering, do you attribute the renewed attention to the case of R. Kelly because of the Me Too moment, because of that movement back in 2017, 2018 to get to where you got today?
Actually, I've been doing this for 47 years. So long before there was anything called a hashtag on the internet called Me Too. Yeah. So all I can tell you is, you know, I think these courageous victims were sick and tired of being sick and tired and afraid. And they reached out and they were willing to do what was necessary, which is cooperate with law enforcement, essentially be vetted. Some of them testified before the grand jury. Some of them testified in a court of law. Others just provided information that was extremely helpful and important. So all of them, I think, feel very good today that their investment of their time and their emotions, their tears, and other supporting evidence that they provided, it was worth it because the system worked for them. Justice was done. And of course, he has 3 other prosecutions pending against him, 2 in Chicago, 1 in Minnesota. I have never seen any sexual predator prosecuted in 4 different jurisdictions, Andrew. This is significant. And we'll see what happens in the other prosecutions, but...
Will you be involved in those?
I represent the alleged victim in one of them, the one in Minnesota. I don't represent anyone in the 2 Chicago potential prosecutions, 1 state, 1 federal. But I did what I needed to do for this case. I felt confident in the federal prosecutors in the Eastern District of New York. And so therefore, I had my victims speak with them and cooperate with them because I felt that they would really take it seriously, devote their resources to it, which they did, and be successful, which they were today.
Yeah, last point I want to make, Ms. Allred. So yesterday we saw the Ghislaine Maxwell sentencing. She got 20 years. She spoke in court in the Southern District there in Manhattan after that sentence came down, saying she was sorry to the victims, that she was contrite. R. Kelly didn't say anything.
Yes, that sentence was 20 years.
Yeah, R. Kelly didn't say anything in court today. He didn't offer any statement to the victims. He still maintains his innocence in all this. He thinks he is the victim. Your response to that?
Well, his attorney spoke for him today. His defense attorney, his new defense attorney, because she was not the defense attorney for the trial here in Brooklyn, in federal court in New York, but she took over now for the sentencing, and I understand she'll represent him in one of the Chicago trials. She's the same defense attorney that was up against me for the recent trial, civil trial, which my law firm and I, in which we represented the underage girl, Judy Huff, who was sexually abused by Bill Cosby.
Right.
And we were successful in defeating her defense and having the jury agree with us, and our client prevailed, and we're very proud of her as well. Now I'm seeing her 1 week later right here in New York, instead of in Santa Monica last week. And here she is defending R. Kelly. So, you know, she's doing what she has to do, but she was not successful today in getting him the lower sentence that I'm sure that he wanted and that she wanted. Of course, there'll be an appeal, but just because somebody appeals doesn't mean they'll be successful.
Exactly.
R. Kelly's in a world of hurt. He's going to have to defend a lot of cases. His attorney said he's indigent. I don't know if that's true, because apparently he's obtaining royalties from his music. A number of my clients are going to seek restitution. So I'm sure the government is going to take a very serious look at whatever assets he has. But he's inflicted so much harm and damage on them. I would like to see them be able to recover if they have therapy bills, medical bills, lost wages, whatever can be done. He should have to literally pay the cost of his wrong to the victims and not just be sentenced to 30 years. But we'll see what happens. At least this is a good start.
Yeah.
And, you know, he heard some of what the victim impact statements were that my clients presented. But sometimes his attorney was speaking with him while the victims were speaking, which we felt was very disrespectful. In any event, we feel that, you know, justice was done today.
All right. Ms. Allred, thank you so much.
Will ever compensate for what he did to our clients.
Definitely. We will follow these other.
Good start.
We will follow these other jurisdictions, these other trials as well. Like you said, the saga of R. Kelly, not over. 30 years today, though, in Brooklyn. Ms. Allred, thank you so much.
poor women. It will fall hardest on women of color who already have high maternal mortality rates. It will fall hardest on 14-year-olds who have been raped by their coaches. It will fall hardest on the mama who is already working 3 jobs to try to take care of the children she has. So the more that we can make it accessible and accessible where there is less financial burden on those who are seeking help from other places, the better. And I think this legislation is a step in the right direction, but it hasn't gotten us all the way there. I also want to underscore, we need to take action about these crisis pregnancy centers. Now that Massachusetts is going to be a landing spot for a lot of people in trouble, that means it is important that every person who is seeking help in Massachusetts, whether they already live here or live somewhere else, that when they believe that they are talking to someone who is an abortion provider, that in fact it is an abortion provider and not some front group that is going to try to harass or otherwise intimidate or frighten this woman. People walk into crisis pregnancy centers believing that they are about to get an abortion. They give medical information, personal information, financial information over to people who are not following the rules that doctors do in terms of protecting that information. In fact, they are giving it over to people who wish them harm. And that has to stop. We need to put a stop to that in Massachusetts right now.
So Massachusetts is passing the strongest laws in the country. But where there are new issues that arise, we're going to be guided by the 3 people who have joined us today, the leaders in our state. And we will push to make sure that Massachusetts has the strongest laws, has the funding necessary in order to make sure that women do not have to worry in our own state, but they don't have to worry from another state if they want to come to Massachusetts. Right. And we're going to make sure that that funding is there and our laws are the strongest in the country, but ready to strengthen them wherever we can see a problem rising.
Right. Becca, Jen, Matt, anything you want to add that we left out?
I'll only add that the Beyond Roe agenda is 21 points. The House and the Senate moved immediately after the Dobbs leak with the vehicle that they had, the budget. The House has taken, exciting action. I don't remember the number off the top of my head, but let's say they've tackled about 8 to 10 of those prongs. We're not done. No, we're not done by a long shot. So I am so heartened by what's happening, and that both houses have made strong statements of their belief that abortion is a fundamental right, but we have a lot of work ahead of us.
I think the one other thing I would add, I think we say this a lot, it is great to be in Massachusetts when literally an hour after the decision came out, there was an executive order protecting patients and providers, that within another few hours the Senate came forward and now the House as well. I think the support at the State House across the board to really protect patients and providers is a really it's wonderful, and it's a great big first step.
Good.
One, can you say specifically some of the things that aren't in the House bill that are in the coalition? And the second thing is the bill would expand the access to abortion after 24 weeks in terms of severe fetal anomalies, not just legal. Was that something that you all had pushed for, and how is that?
You probably saw the article in the paper a couple of weeks ago about Kate Deneen, a woman who was 33 weeks pregnant with a wanted pregnancy, whose baby suffered a devastating stroke in utero. And she was told by a hospital here in Boston that she had to leave the Commonwealth for care. That is not the spirit of the Roe Act. That was not the intention of the Roe Act. I as a lawyer, I will say that I believe that the hospital's lawyers were being extraordinarily narrow in their interpretation. So yes, it is the intention of the Beyond Roe Coalition to have the Roe Act interpreted correctly. What if Kate had to fly through Texas?
and had a layover, and she got arrested in Dallas. It's not acceptable. We simply cannot allow that to stand. So that is incredibly important. We need to clarify those regs. We need to create regs to clarify the law. Other points, as the Senator alluded to, full spectrum pregnancy care. We need to end all copay and coinsurance for all pregnancy care, abortion, miscarriage, pre and postnatal care. It's critically important. A mandate for all three of those. Of course, we do have a mandate at the federal level for prenatal and postnatal care, but we don't have that codified in state law. And it's also just incredibly important that although we are in a state that has insurance coverage for most carriers, it has to be in the law. Can you talk about what funding is needed beyond the list? Can you talk about what funding is needed or what extra funding is needed in recognizing how many additional people will be coming into Massachusetts and recognizing the amount of reproductive care providers right now, and also just whether security are needed, what other costs are going to be accounted for there? Yeah. Do you want to take that?
No, go ahead.
One of the really important prongs of the Beyond Roe agenda is money for research, right? We need to understand the scope of the tidal wave that is coming for us. You know, it's been 6 days. I'm sure Jen can talk to you about the changes in service, but this is not just a 6-day problem. This is a year-long problem, and we need the money so that the Department of Public Health can do their jobs and explain to us the scope of the problem so that we can come back to the legislature with policy that can change people's lives. I would defer to Jen on clinic infrastructure and security, but we know that the antis are going to be refocusing their efforts here, and we need to amp up both.
Yeah, absolutely, and the data does show for sure that the protester activities on the anti-choice side, the attacks on providers, on patients, on health centers is increasing. So security is really important, and it's not just for the patients coming into the building, but it's also for our staff providing care. So that is really, I think, really important. The other pieces of security, cybersecurity, right? Making sure that when folks are giving their information that, it really is safe. When they're looking for care, that it's safe and they're not being tracked somehow. So I think there are so many layers of security that I think, we're in a new era, and I think the funding will be really important. I think the other piece about funding that is critically important is that people still need the funds to be able to leave their work for the day, travel, and sometimes it's across the state, sometimes it's across the country. But those funds really do make a huge difference in people's ability to access care, even in our state, but certainly when you think about states where access is for abortion care is now zero, the funds to get people to Massachusetts, to get the care in Massachusetts is all, I think, critically important.
Senator Warren,
sure.
Talk about what a piece of legislation backing down on crisis pregnancy centers would look like. What do you expect?
Look, I want to get together with the experts on this who are watching it on the ground, but let me just give you a couple of ideas. One would be an upfront disclosure that makes clear that this is not an abortion provider and will counsel against any use of abortion services. If people knew that up front, then I think the number of folks who call a crisis pregnancy center and are misled drops pretty close to zero. We have, in all places in our country, a notion of truth in advertising, that deceiving people in order to provide services, in order to provide products, is wrong and outlawed in most contexts. And the idea that centers have grown up to prey on people who are pregnant and vulnerable and seeking help is fundamentally wrong. We should stop it nationwide. Senator Menendez and I introduced a bill last week in Washington, but we can move on it now, right here in Massachusetts. Massachusetts is the leader, and we want to be a place not just that is welcoming, but that is safe for people who are seeking abortion services to come here and to know that they're not going to be tricked when they reach out to the wrong kind of provider.
We do one more question.
Sure.
What more do you want to see the Biden administration do, and why do you think the administration hasn't taken those steps yet?
So the Biden administration has already begun to move in powerful ways, and I applaud them for that. The president has spoken directly about the importance of expanding access to medication abortion, which now constitutes more than half of all abortions, and has the potential to provide services to a lot of people who need it all across the country. In addition, his strong statements and the statements of the Attorney General to protect people who are traveling for abortion services are very important. There are other pieces that may take a little longer to get into place. I very much hope that the administration will consider the role of the federal government as employer and ensure that every federal employee who needs time off or needs help for money to be able to travel to a state where the medical services that that person needs are readily available. That's something that the federal government could move forward on. It takes a little more time to get the pieces in place, but I'm very glad to see the president step out in this direction. Again, though, I have to underscore, the president does not have the power by himself to do what needs to be done to make Roe the law of the land. That is up to Congress. Congress can do this if we can get 2 more Democratic senators who will get rid of the filibuster and make Roe the law of the land.
Thank you, everybody. Can I just get a reaction to yesterday's January 6th testimony?
Oh my God.
Do you think that was a bit of a game changer?
Do you want to go first on this, Ed? It'll take me a minute to recover. I just...
First of all, what we heard yesterday was evidence, which is a blistering, scalding indictment of Donald Trump and his presidential staff that were conspiring to overturn a decision made by the American people. We saw a White House that is absolutely unworthy of having had that power. Donald Trump, because of yesterday's testimony, is going to stand forever in disrepute. It is very clear, compellingly clear, that Donald Trump was, in fact, inciting an armed revolution against the constitutionally selected new president of the United States. He was doing so with full knowledge that his supporters were armed and were heading towards the Capitol with those weapons, and that he knew and did nothing to stop that insurrection. So what Donald Trump did, what his aides did, is criminal, and whatever it takes in order to ensure full accountability for his actions and for his staff's actions should be taken. I think this is going to lead to a cascade of additional evidence which will be presented by others that will further corroborate this unconstitutional, illegal activity that Donald Trump was engaging in on January 6th, and that his co-conspirators have to be held accountable, as well as Donald Trump himself.
Anyone who doubts Donald Trump's personal involvement in the insurrection of January 6th is just fooling themselves. Yesterday's testimony from yet another Republican who supported Donald Trump and who made clear that when it came down to it, Donald Trump cared nothing about the Constitution, cared nothing about this nation. He cared only for himself. He was willing and knowingly engaged in activities against the United States. We need to call this out for the treasonous behavior that it is. No one wants to believe that anyone who is elected President of the United States would urge an armed insurrection against our nation. But yesterday's testimony was firsthand evidence that that is exactly what Donald Trump did. He should be held accountable.
Great, thank you very much. Senators and coalition folks,
We're going to do, okay.
Thank you all.
Yeah.
Any action is being taken? Anything people should know about these centers?
Well, first of all, is to know they're there. Most pregnant people who end up at a crisis pregnancy center thought they were at an abortion center. That's the whole point of these places. It's not to say, to advertise in big print, we provide an alternative to abortion and we'll offer support. If that's the case, good for them. It's that they imply that they are there to help people who are seeking abortions. So first step is to warn people, to make certain that they are actually talking with people at an abortion clinic, and not to give personal information, not to give medical information, not to give financial information until you are assured that that is the case. But let me make this clear. That responsibility should not be on a pregnant woman who is seeking an abortion. That responsibility is on the rest of us to ensure that nobody gets misled. That's just not right.
Great, thank you very much.
War II veteran 102 years old. Great to see you here today, Roy. Congratulations on a great life. Well, what I thought I'd do today is start with what's been in the news the last week or so. You know, in a legislative body, only occasionally do you get to personally have a huge impact. But I want to start by explaining the difference between being the majority leader of the Senate and being the minority leader of the Senate. I've been both. Majority's better. And let me tell you why. I was the majority leader of the Senate in 2016 when Justice Scalia passed away. We were in the middle of the presidential election, and I made the decision, because the majority leader determines what the agenda is, what you take up. It doesn't guarantee the outcome. And frequently what the majority leader does is the most important, is what he doesn't do, or chooses not to do. So I said, we're going to wait until the presidential election's over and let the next president fill the Supreme Court vacancy. The single most consequential decision I've made in my public career, which led, of course, to Justice Gorsuch, and then Justice Kennedy retired, and we were able to replace him. And then Justice Ginsburg passed away a couple of months, actually 6 weeks before the 2020 election. We were able to place her. And in addition to that, 54 U.S. Circuit Court judges, which are just below the Supreme Court. What did all these men and women have in common? They had no legislative agenda. No legislative agenda. What they believed was what Justice Scalia taught us all many years ago. The job of the judge is to actually follow the law and the Constitution. Justice Scalia used to say, you're not a very good judge if you're not occasionally unhappy with the outcome you reach, because it's not a matter of your personal opinion. It's what your best effort to interpret the Constitution and the laws of the land the way they were written. Those of us in the legislative body, however, that's our job. That's our job. And so on the most prominent Supreme Court announcement last Friday, you had an example of reversing a precedent which was set but had no basis whatsoever in the Constitution. None whatsoever. The Supreme Court, contrary to the headlines, did not make a decision about abortion. It simply gave the issue back to the elected representatives to be dealt with in the political process. And that, my friends, I think was a huge step in the right direction. But it wasn't just that. Like Chris mentioned, and I noticed as well, and many of you did, there were other important decisions. On the Second Amendment, the Supreme Court held that if you have a right to protect yourself at home, you also have a right to protect yourself outside the home. That the Second Amendment was about self-protection. Another 6-3 decision. Oh, and if that wasn't enough, I hope you read about the football coach up in the state of Washington who had the audacity to have a prayer with the team at the 50-yard line after the game and got fired for it. And the Supreme Court once again held 6-3 that he had a perfect right to do that, not only First Amendment freedom of speech, but religious freedom as well. Another great decision that you ought to applaud as well. So I remember on election night, when improbably Donald Trump got elected, the first thing that came to my mind is, what can you do with this situation where you have a Republican president, a Republican House, and a Republican Senate that would last as long as possible? Because, as these legislators will tell you, most issues come and go, depending upon public opinion. So what could have the longest possible positive impact on the country? And the first thing on my mind was the judiciary. Lifetime appointments, an opportunity to shape things for decades to come. And so, in addition to the 3 Supreme Court justices, we also put in place 54 U.S. Circuit Court judges, one step below the Supreme Court, about a third of the circuit courts in the whole country in a 4-year period. Nobody had ever put things through so rapidly, and I played a role in that as well, because I decided what we would take up and the order in which we would take things up. And every time a judge came out of committee, it was first up. And these men and women also are skeptical about what lawyers call the administrative state. That is, the executive branch overreaching and doing things that aren't passed by the Congress. And we're beginning to see some evidence of those decisions as well. For example, one lower court judge held, and it's on appeal, but I think will be upheld, that the administration simply did not have the right to order every private business in America to have a vaccine mandate. Boom. They didn't have the authority to do that. So I think we've got in place, as a result of those 4 years, a number of things that will serve the country well over a lengthy period of time. Now let me pivot to some of the other issues that are on the front burner. It won't surprise you to know that I don't have much in common with the current administration. I think they made one really massive mistake last year that not a single member of my party in the House or Senate voted for, and which, of course, would provide a lot of money for the country, not only for individuals, but for state and local government as well. And that was the $1.9 trillion so-called rescue package that was passed in March of 2021 and dumped $2 trillion on the economy. Now, state and local government are in better shape than they've ever been before. You want to thank me, boys? Yeah. But that's the good news. Here's the bad news. I don't know what you paid the last time you filled your car up or the last time you went to the grocery store. But Larry Summers, who was Bill Clinton's Secretary of the Treasury, said at the time the bill was passed, this is going to produce historic levels of inflation. That was Bill Clinton's Secretary of Treasury. Jason Furman, who is President Obama's top economic guy, said the same thing at the time. And it's all come true. And so we have raging inflation. And the bad news is, in addition to the inflation, about the only way you can cure inflation that economists have ever been able to figure out is for the Fed to begin to raise interest rates. And you're seeing that beginning to happen in order to try to cool the inflation. And then, of course, you're likely to have an economic slowdown. So this is entirely a self-inflicted wound, a gargantuan political mistake, not joined in by a single solid Republican in the House or the Senate. They own this issue, and they ought to pay for it, and I hope they will this November. In addition to that, we're in the middle of a crime wave all across the country. The crime wave is so bad that you may have noticed that out in the West, where they have recall, that is, you can fire somebody in the middle of their job, even in places like Seattle and LA, they're recalling prosecutors who don't want to send anybody to jail anymore. And of course, much crime, as we all have learned over the years, is committed by people who've done it one more time, or two more times, or three more times. They just keep repeating and repeating and repeating. And during the period when it was fashionable to remove these people from society, the crime rate went down. So we're in the middle of relearning that lesson one more time. If that wasn't bad enough, we have a functionally open border down south. Functionally open. Look, this is a country built on immigration, but built on legal immigration and not illegal immigration. And this functionally open border contributes to the crime problem as well. So this is why the president's approval rating is well below 40%. If you're looking for one event that sort of summed up this administration, remember the calamitous withdrawal from Afghanistan, a metaphor, if you will, for all the incompetence on full display during the course of this administration. So I think the American people want us to go in a different direction. If they do, let me tell you what I think divided government would be like. I've never been in favor of doing nothing at all and sitting there and fighting all the time. That's never been something I've been in favor of. There are plenty of things I disagree with this administration on, but I think anytime you can, if you're a football fan, think of it this way. Look for issues within the 40-yard lines that you can actually agree on and make some progress for the country. Make some progress for the country if you can. Now, I've participated in a couple of things already in this current Congress. The biggest one that Kentucky will benefit from, I was the only Republican in the Kentucky congressional delegation who voted for the infrastructure bill. Been trying to do that during the Obama years, trying to do it during the Trump years. Finally, it came together. I thought it was the right thing to do for the country and for Kentucky. So, excuse me. We sent down about $5 billion to you guys, and it will go for roads and bridges and broadband. And I think it was needed, and I think the country needed to do it. So I voted for it, and I helped pass it. So if I'm the majority leader next year, obviously Biden's going to be there for 2 more years. The question is, what does that mean to the country? Well, what I think it means is let's look for some things that we can agree on, because we're not going to do the big stuff he wanted to do that took us in the wrong direction. Because you don't have the White House, we won't be able to do it exactly like we want to do it. But the country, I think, when they give you divided government, are saying, okay, we know you have big differences, but why don't you look for the things you can agree on and try to do those? And I'll tell you one thing that I definitely agree with the administration on that we're doing right now. We need to beat the Russians in Ukraine. And I know some of you are thinking that's a long way away, and how does it affect us? Well, let me tell you, it affects us in a whole lot of ways. After World War II, the most important and effective military alliance in world history formed, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. Margaret Thatcher, who always had a great way of putting things, said that NATO was formed to keep the Russians out, the Americans in, and the Germans down. Well, I think it's worked pretty darn well. NATO and American support for it was the principal reason the Soviet Union imploded without a shot being fired. But if you watch the Russians, it's pretty clear, no matter what they call themselves, whether it was during the Tsars or during the Soviet period or whatever they call themselves today, the behavior's pretty much the same. Aggressive behavior. And so Vladimir Putin, who was a KGB agent at the time the Soviet Union broke up, said that he thought the breakup of the Soviet Union was the single biggest geopolitical mistake ever made. So you begin to get the drift. This is a guy who yearns for empire. And he's had his eyes on Ukraine for quite a while. And finally, he decided to do it. And here's what he predicted would happen. Putin figured, number one, Ukraine will be a pushover. It'll be easy. Number two, it'll split NATO. And none of that has happened. Ukraine has not been a pushover. It's unified NATO, completely changed German policy because the Germans were the ones who were the most attached to the Russians economically. And the 2 new NATO members coming in, Norway, Sweden, and Finland, which had never actually officially joined up with NATO, even though they were part of the European community. So nothing Putin wanted to happen is working out that way. And I was pleased to see the President of France yesterday say we're in it for the long haul. I think the challenge now is to not run out of support. And my view is we shouldn't be intervening and trying to force a solution on the Ukrainians that they don't want to live with. And in the meantime, I think our goal ought to be to send President Zelensky anything that'll shoot. Anything that'll shoot that they think will help them. Now, I went there in May, had a chance to go to Kyiv and to sit down and talk to him. And you might be interested in the nickname we gave him, Winston Churchill in a T-shirt. This guy is an inspirational leader. He's not only inspired his own people, but inspired the rest of the world. And I hope you will realize that it is extremely important for the Russians to be defeated in Ukraine. Now, some of you may think, oh, isn't the Chinese the biggest problem? Well, the Prime Minister of Japan and the Defense Minister of Japan said, if you want to send a message to President Xi in China, beat Putin in Ukraine. So it has implications for our 2 big power competitors, not only Russia, but China as well, because China is watching this and wondering whether or not they could get away with taking Taiwan, a democratic almost country that is an economic powerhouse on an integrated part of the rest of the world, who actually elect their own leaders. So this is enormously important, and even though I know we have domestic concerns that bother us all, and we spend most of our time thinking about that, this is a big challenge. And for the younger people in the room, this is probably the first time you've seen pure evil on display. You know, we've seen examples of it with terrorists, but this is pure evil on display. And it's important for the democratic world to hang together here and have the patience to give the Ukrainians a chance to win. Let me just finally say how much I am grateful to all of you for the opportunity that you've given me. When I first got elected to the Senate, it was about one vote a precinct. Kentucky was a very different state then in terms of its politics. And honestly, I wasn't sure how long I'd be able to serve. Well, as it turned out, thanks to the support I've had from around the state, the longest serving Republican senator, any senator from Kentucky. And in addition to that, 16 years ago, I was elected leader of my party in the Senate. And at the end of this year, I'll tie Mike Mansfield as the longest serving Senate leader in American history. And if I get elected to another term, which is 2 years, if I get elected to another term by my colleagues, which is 2 years, I'll break Mansfield's record. And the reason I bring that up is to not to pat myself on the back, but it's just to thank you from the bottom of my heart for the opportunities that you all have given me to represent the greatest state in the country. And if you look at the leadership lineup, I'm the only one of the four of us who's not from New York or California. So every day I get up thinking about how I can help Middle America, and in particular, the greatest state in Middle America, the Commonwealth of Kentucky. Thank you so much.
I want to talk about freedom, and I want to talk about what freedom means and the cost of our freedom. I've had the opportunity over the course of my career to spend time working in places that are not characterized by democracy, that are not characterized by free government. And I've had the opportunity to spend time with people who had to sacrifice